Good morning. All right, state ready, defense ready?
Defense is ready.
All right. All jurors present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and bring them in, please. Your witness?
Yes, sir.
He was on stand yesterday.
Fred Calderon.
Waiting on one more thing. There we go. All right, you may be seated. Good morning.
Good morning.
Got a little change in weather today. All right, so, Mr. Calderon, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You can take a seat. Again, under the same oath of taken. And you may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just gonna get my mic on, if not.
No record.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
And again, since we're starting the day with you as the first witness, can you please state your name once again?
Federico Calderon.
And we're talking about the investigation surrounding the allegations against Juan David Ortiz, correct?
Correct.
What was your role in this investigation?
I was a supervisory investigator for the sheriff's office.
And you were one of the lead investigators in this case?
Yes, I was.
And as part of this investigation, what crimes were being, or how many crimes primarily were being investigated?
Primarily two.
Okay. And at the end of the investigation, how many total crimes were investigated?
5.
Okay. What were those 5 crimes?
There were 4 murders and aggravated assault.
Okay. The murders that were being investigated, who were the victims of those murders?
Melissa Ramirez, Claudine Loera, Wiselda Cantu, and Janelle Ortiz.
Do you know approximately the dates that these victims were murdered?
September 3rd, September 13th, and 14th.
Can you give me the names of corresponding to those dates?
Melissa was on the 3rd, Claudine was on the 13th, and Wiselda and Janelle were on the 14th.
Of September.
Of September.
Of what
2018.
year?
2018.
In what county?
Webb County,
And what state?
Texas.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you also, and one of the lead investigators, did you visit the crime scenes in these cases?
Yes.
The 5th crime that you were investigating as part of the case against Juan David Ortiz, what did that consist of?
The interaction between him and Erica Peña.
Okay, but what crime would have been alleged in that case?
I believe it was an aggravated assault.
Okay. Now approach, John. That you get a posting. You visited the crime scenes in all 4 murders, correct? You visited the crime scenes
Yes.
of all 4 murders.
And 2 of them after the fact, but yes.
But you visited the 4 locations.
I visited the 4 locations, yes, I did.
Okay. You've identified Melissa Ramirez was where?
On Jeffries Road off of 255.
Claudine Luera was where?
On 255.
You mentioned Griselda Cantu.
She was at the 22 mile marker under IH-35. It was an overpass.
Okay. You write her name down. If you can please supply that to where Griselda's body was. The last victim,
Janelle Ortiz.
Now, what else did you do with respect to help view or identify the locations, the geographic locations where these bodies were found?
We took some drone video of the area to show the geographic area, what it looks like.
These women, their bodies were found outside the city of Laredo.
Correct.
And if you could tell us when you say you prepared a drone video, please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that entailed.
We went to the different crime scenes and we put a drone up in the air and we flew it just so that you could get a view of what it looks like in Webb County, what the areas look like.
And would this video assist the jury in taking them to Webb County, to the locations where the bodies were
I believe
found?
it would, yes.
Yes, sir. Show you, Captain, State's Exhibit 102, if you can open that up. What is it that you are holding in your hand?
A pen drive that I prepared for your office
Okay.
containing the drone video that we took.
How long is the drone video?
It's minutes, it's not very long. It shows aerial views and some of the paths.
Okay. About 5 minutes long? 6 minutes long?
Give or take, yes.
May I take a moment with our review?
Yes.
Captain Calderon, with regards to States 102, did you develop this? Did you take it?
I directed the video. I was with the pilot and I was telling the pilot exactly what to record, and I was with him when we were doing it. So it was under my direction.
And then this particular, it's a USB. Have you viewed it prior to your testimony right now?
Yes, before I
This
gave it
one.
to the DA's office, I reviewed it.
I'm sorry?
Before I turned it over, I reviewed it to make sure the video worked.
Okay. No objections, Your Honor.
Honor, will offer 102.
State's Exhibit 102 is admitted into evidence for the jury's consideration.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
May.
I'm going to move this down now. Captain, as we set up the video, I would ask you to please walk the jury through the crime scene locations, starting with crime scene 1 and indicating which crime scene we're looking at
Okay.
with the name and the date, please.
Okay.
Okay, Captain, can you begin to tell us where we're at?
That is the crime scene area for Melissa Ramirez, and that's what it looks like. That's the road. That's the way the road looks. That is from crime scene from September 3rd, 2018.
Can you name the road, location?
Jeffries Road. It's in Webb County, Texas. It's north of Laredo.
Approximately how many miles away from the city limits?
More than 20?
Okay. You can just speak a little louder into the mic, please.
Yes.
And you walk us through what are we looking at?
That's Jeffries Road going back to 255. It's a road that feeds to IH-35, or it'll feed also to 83 North. So you can get back to Laredo going in that direction and getting 35 and going south, or through 83, US 83.
So taking a right off of Jeffries Road, that is 255, where all that tractor trailer traffic is traveling right there?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now this shows the relation between crime scene 1 and crime scene 2. Are they relatively
They're
close?
relatively close, yes.
Okay. Can you explain to us what are we looking at here?
This is 83 North, and this is 255, going toward 35. Claudine's body was found a little bit further up the road here, but that is what the highway would look like if you're coming up 83 and going toward 35 on 255. That's what the area looks like.
Whose body was found in this area?
Claudine Luera.
Now Jeffrey Roads connects with 255.
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
We had to go a little bit higher because of the power lines that were there, but we're looking at the general area a little bit further up is the area where Claudine's body was found.
Which is where?
Right around the upper portion of where the camera's pointing. That general area.
What direction are we looking in here? Do you know? If
We're looking east.
looking east. Okay.
Yes, sir. This is the access road for IH-35, and this is southbound.
I see Webb Interchange 22. Tell us where we're at.
We are approaching the crime scene where we said Lecantu was found. On the access road.
What direction are you?
We're
is
headed
the drone,
south.
Is the drone going in?
Drone's headed south right now.
South 35.
South IH-35 on the access road. The main IH-35 is the cars you see on the left. That's the
Okay.
main road.
So all that traffic going south is headed towards Laredo.
Correct. On the top left, you can see the beginning of the overpass.
Please indicate when we get to the spot where the body was located.
We are approaching it off to the left. You see the overpass off to the left, and the
Yes.
body was under the overpass on that connection between the northbound frontage and the southbound frontage, the other side. And you'll see that in a second when it pans over to the left. And that's where we said that body was.
On the right hand side or left hand side that I'm looking at?
Under where it says, under the highway, under the space, under the highway there.
What are we looking at here? What direction are we traveling?
Here we're traveling north on IH-35, also on a feeder road off to the side, and we're approaching the crime scene where Janelle Ortiz was killed.
What was this location before?
At one point, years ago, it used to be a checkpoint area, and after that, TxDOT used to use it to store aggregate for the use on the highway, gravel, the gravel they used to pave the highways. So there would have been a mound of gravel on the right and on the left.
This is the site.
This is a site that this area right here you're looking at, to the right of that white tractor trailer, around that area right there.
In the grass.
In the grass, yes, sir.
You said a checkpoint. Was it a TxDOT checkpoint? What kind of checkpoint was it in the past?
Border Patrol checkpoint, but years ago. It's been abandoned for a long time.
Okay. What were, if any, the similarities between the 4 homicides?
The similarities that I found were they were all out of Laredo. They were all north of Laredo, so in the north to northwest Webb County. They all used the same caliber and the same shell casings were found. All of the victims were prostitutes with criminal histories, and it appeared that they were all shot and killed at that location where we found the bodies.
What about the location of the injuries?
The location of the injuries, it was neck and above. They were all shot in the head, neck or above.
They all worked on the San Bernardo area?
They all worked on the San Bernardo area, that's correct, as prostitutes.
And as part of your investigation, how many of those women knew Juan David Ortiz?
As part of the investigation, by what we were able to conclude, Juan David Ortiz knew Janelle, he knew Melissa, and he claimed not to have known Griselda or Claudine.
What about Erica?
He knew Erica, yes.
Yesterday we finished the day speaking about at the time that he was arrested at the Ava Hotel. Do you remember?
Yes, sir, I do.
And he was placed in a Webb County Sheriff's unit,
Yes, he was placed in one of our patrol cars.
and he was transported to the substation.
That is correct.
Where is that substation located?
On U.S. 59, right outside the city limits.
Is that where you are housed?
At that time, yes.
Okay. At the same time, after he was arrested, his vehicle was also taken, correct?
Correct.
And yesterday we closed the afternoon by discussing that his vehicle arrived at the substation, and you said that it was put under a cover or roof,
Yes, under the carport, if you will.
under a carport.
Yeah.
Okay. Who dropped off the vehicle?
One of the wreckers, I wasn't outside to see it, but one of the wreckers dropped off the vehicle, the wrecker that picked it up.
Okay. Did you at any time receive the keys to that pickup truck?
Yes.
Who did you receive those keys from?
I don't recall. One of the deputies who was outside received it from the wrecker driver and gave them to me.
Okay. And what did you do with the keys?
The keys I gave them to our evidence techs. I gave them either to Nenke or Ugarte, and they took them to their office.
And what is the policy or procedures dealing with? Well, I mean, because you guys do take vehicles frequently, right?
We do. We don't always keep them at the station, but we do, yes.
Okay. And what was the policy regarding the keys to a vehicle? Or what happened to the keys in this case?
The keys, they would have been stored by one of the property or evidence techs in their office until they were needed.
Was this vehicle kept there on site?
The vehicle is kept on site at the substation, yes.
This vehicle, this white Dodge pickup truck, was it kept there?
Mr. Ortiz's truck, yes.
Okay. And at the time that Ortiz arrived, were you there?
I don't recall if he arrived first or if I arrived right after, but it was within minutes of each
Because
other.
we did see the video yesterday that you were actually at the Ava Hotel during the search of Ortiz, correct?
I was there, yes. I was behind right with the team that apprehended him. I was right behind him.
Yeah, so you were on location.
Yes, sir.
And from there, you would have made your way over to the substation.
I had to walk all the way back down, get my stuff together, get in the unit, and then drive to the station. So he probably got there first.
So what happens when you get back to the substation? You organize, prepare, get ready. What do you
Correct. Get ready to interview Mr. Ortiz, prepare, get our thoughts in order, and discuss with the ranger how we're going to handle the interview.
So when you say we get our thoughts in order, who are you working with on this case?
Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas.
Okay. And do you eventually? And where's Ortiz at this time?
He's in the interview room at the substation.
And can you describe the layout for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? The layout there at the substation.
Yes, it has two entrances. One on the, I guess, on the west side of the building, and that's for guests or people who have business there. And there's an entrance on the right for employees or when we bring in arrestees or detainees. And he was brought in through that right side, and there's a large patrol room where they do briefings and a couple of offices where the supervisors meet, a hallway, and then immediately after that, there's the interview room right there.
Okay. He was placed in an interview room.
Yes, sir.
And please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if the interview room is equipped with audio and video capability.
Yes, it is. Our interview room is mic'd for audio and video.
Okay. Now, before we get into the interview, how long did the interview of Mr. Ortiz last?
Somewhere 9.5, maybe 10 hours, I recall.
Okay. During the interview, was Mr. Ortiz given breaks?
Yes, he was.
How many breaks was he given?
I could count them, but off the top of my head, I want to say 2 or 3.
Okay. Was he provided water?
Yes, he was.
Was he also provided any food?
We offered him a food or a snack, and I believe we gave him some Doritos.
He ate some Doritos during the confession or during the break?
During one of the breaks in the interview.
Any other food that you gave him?
At the end of the night, I asked him if he wanted to eat something, and I bought him a Whataburger meal.
So you fed him Doritos and you fed him a Whataburger meal.
Yes, sir.
Was he given bathroom breaks?
Yes, sir.
How many bathroom breaks was he given?
A couple. I think he asked a couple, and maybe 2 or 3.
Okay. We'll also have the video, but I'll ask you up front. At any time did you make him any guarantees?
No.
Did you threaten him? At any
Absolutely
time?
not. No.
Did you threaten his family?
Absolutely not.
Did you try to intimidate him?
No, sir.
Did you pound your hand on the table?
That's not my style of interviewing, sir. No.
Did you put your hands on him?
No. To hurt him? No, not at all.
You didn't physically assault him?
No, absolutely not.
What about Ranger Salinas?
No, sir.
The same responses for him?
He was right next to me.
Okay. Also, as one of the lead investigators, this is happening on September 15, 2018, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Did you prepare a timeline of the events on the 15th?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the timeline of events?
I don't have it memorized, but if I can read it from my report, I can recount it.
Okay. You can refer to your notes, your report.
You want me to read the whole?
You can start, or give us the timeline.
Okay. So Saturday, September 15, 2018.
Speak up louder, sir, please, on the mic.
Yes, sir. Saturday, September 15, 2018, at 12:07, Bolo was sent out for Ortiz's truck. Bolo was be on the lookout. At 12:57, a truck is located at the Stripes on the corner of San Bernardo and Jefferson by Troopers Bradshaw and his partner. At 1:02, Trooper Bradshaw and Trooper Obregon approach Ortiz outside the Stripes. Ortiz evades detention and a chase is ensued southbound toward the Ava Hotel, located at 800 Garden Street off of San Bernardo in Laredo. At 2:30 a.m., Ortiz is located behind the bed of a pickup truck on the top floor of the parking garage at the Ava Hotel. At 2:38, Ortiz is secured inside the Sheriff's Patrol Unit, and investigators transport to the Sheriff's substation off of Highway 59. At 2:48, investigators arrive to the substation, and Ortiz is placed in an interview room. At 3:21, Ranger Salinas and Captain Calderon enter the interview room to conduct the interview.
Judge, you have an objection? That anything else is just going to read regarding any alleged statement by the defendant that it's not admissible at this time until the court determines that the statement is admissible, and it is admitted.
Sustained. To understand the objection, not to read any statements from the defendant, if that's what's on your list. Right.
So without reading the statements, let me stop you. It's at 3, did you say already at 3:22 that the Miranda warnings were given?
I didn't get there, no, sir. I got to 3:21.
Okay. So at 3:21,
Well, Your Honor, again, until the statement is offered and the court deems it admissible and it is admitted, then we can get to anything that transpired within the statement, but not right now.
I'm not getting into the statement. His objection's premature. I'm just going to ask him about Miranda. That's what you do before the statement.
I instructed the witness on the objection and the court's ruling, so not to get into any statements, any quoting.
Well, Your Honor, may we approach them because
Yes,
the court's
you may.
not aware of what we're objecting to.
Well, order, please. You may continue, sir.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead here and shift gears. I want to talk about the statement. Did Juan David Ortiz give a confession?
Yes, he did.
Now, if you could speak up louder.
Yes, he did.
Before speaking to Juan David Ortiz, was he advised of his constitutional rights
Yes, he was.
in connection with his privilege against self-incrimination?
Yes, he was.
Did you advise him of his right to an attorney
He was advised.
and his right to remain silent?
He was advised.
That anything that he said could be used against him,
He was advised.
and that he had the right to have an attorney present prior to and during questioning?
He was advised.
That he had a right to have an attorney appointed to advise him prior and during any questioning?
Yes, sir.
And he also had the right to terminate the interview at any time?
He was advised.
At this point in time, are you aware of Juan David Ortiz's employment?
At that point in time, yes.
And what is that of?
He was a supervisory border patrol agent.
He is a law enforcement officer sitting in your interview room,
Yes, sir.
entrusted with enforcing the rights of the United States,
Correct.
enforcing the laws of the United States.
Correct.
Was he given or shown a form to sign?
Yes, he was.
As part of your policies and procedures, and in working in conjunction with the Texas Department of Public Safety, was he given anything in writing advising him of his rights?
Yes, he was, but he refused to sign it.
Were you present when this happened?
Yes, sir, I was there.
Who else was in the room?
Ranger Salinas.
May I approach the witness? show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 103.
Yes, sir.
Ask you if he recognizes.
I do. Yes.
And what is it?
It's his warning of his rights and what was read to him.
And what does it say?
Warning of rights.
Okay. And it is signed by who?
It is signed by Ranger Salinas and myself
And at what time?
at 3:21 a.m.
Okay. I need to ask you if this is the original or an exact duplicate copy of the.
Looks like a photocopy.
Has it been altered in any way?
No, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the original document that was signed by you and E.J. Salinas
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
on that night?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you know where the original is?
I don't. I believe it was turned over to your office by the ranger.
I didn't hear the last part about the ranger. Where's the original, Judge? I'm sorry.
believe it was turned over to your office by the ranger, is what I heard.
The ranger kept the original, so.
Okay.
The ranger kept the original.
Judge, only if you could conditionally admit this one until the original is brought.
Your Honor, he's already testified that's a true and accurate, exact duplicate of the.
Yes, Your Honor, but we have the best evidence rule.
Well, if you have the original, we'll substitute for it, but if not, I'm going to admit State's Exhibit 103 at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. So let's go over this form. This is the Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas Ranger Division Warning of Rights.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And number one, what does it say?
You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. Any statement you make may be used against you at your trial.
Number two,
Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court.
number three,
You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning.
number four,
If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning.
number five,
You have the right to terminate the interview at any time.
and the last one,
Prior to and during the making of any statement, you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waive the rights set out in this document.
and he refused to sign.
He refused to sign, correct?
Did he refuse to speak to you?
No.
Did he ask for an attorney?
No.
Did he say, I'm a law enforcement supervisory border patrol agent and I know my rights and I want to call my union rep?
No.
Did he say, I know that I'm represented, that I have the right to an attorney and I want my attorney present?
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
Rephrase, sustain.
Did he explicitly articulate to you any indication that he wanted an attorney present?
Mr. Ortiz did not articulate that he asked or that he wanted an attorney present. No.
Did he specifically articulate to you that he did not want to speak to you?
He did not articulate that he did not want to speak to us. No.
Did he explicitly tell you or articulate saying, I want to stop this interview?
No.
At any time in the 10 hours or so that you interviewed him, did he ever indicate to you that he did not want to proceed?
No.
At any time during the 10 hours or so, did he ever stop you and say, hold on, I want my lawyer now?
He never stopped us and asked for a lawyer. No, he did not.
If he would have asked you for an attorney, what would you have done?
Stop talking to him.
All the while, is this exchange showing him this document, State's Exhibit 103, I believe it is. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Showing him showing him State's Exhibit 103. Is that being recorded?
Audio and video. Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the recording system that you utilized in this case. Tell us about that.
It's an L3 system. Companies changed names since then, but it's basically it's like a in-car dash cam type system, but it's hardwired to be in a room instead of a police car. So it's a similar system to that, and it's managed by the same server.
And in this particular case, was it functioning on that day?
Yes, sir, it was.
And were you able to was it able to in fact record the interview in its entirety?
Yes, it was.
And were you able to download, burn, or extract the video?
The server backed up the time requested.
And was the video entirely recorded without any glitches, without any interruptions? What I'm trying to say is, was the entire 10 or so hours that he was there recorded?
The entire time was recorded. I do believe at some point after the interview there was a power outage for a few minutes, but yes, there was a.
But that's after the interview.
Yeah, it's recorded under. You can see it.
So specifically, what time did the interview start?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, just telling me what time the interview started.
Approximately 3:21 a.m.
And what time did the interview end?
Approximately noon.
What format does your department, or did you, as one of the lead investigators, record this interview? In what physical format?
They're backed up on a compact disc.
On a CD, basically.
On a CD, yes.
Okay. And after this, you already determined that the recording device was functioning.
Yes,
It was working that night,
as it should.
as it should. That it was saved,
Yes,
and that you were able to burn it onto a CD.
yes,
One
that
CD.
is correct.
How many CDs?
No, I believe there were 12 CDs, I believe.
Okay. And did you design it for 12 CDs? Or?
No, we don't manually cut the video. We tell the server what we want, like I want 10, 7, 5, 8 hours, whatever it is, and it calculates how many discs it's going to make for you, and it automatically prints them and puts a label on them and makes a certified copy of what you're asking for. It's not something we chop on our own. The server does it.
For the investigation in the case against Juan David Ortiz, you prepared or transferred the interview to these CDs?
Correct.
Okay.
Backed them up, yes.
I'll ask you right now, have you had the opportunity to view the CDs?
Yes.
Have you played them back after you put them on your CD? Did you view them?
Yes, I watched the interview.
You watched the interview, and
Yes.
all 12 CDs have the interview in them.
Yes, they did.
In the chronological order.
Correct.
Okay.
From beginning to end.
From beginning to end. After viewing these CDs, do they fairly and accurately depict the contents and activities and interview that occurred on September the 15th of 2018?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to show you state's exhibits for identification. Exhibits 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, and 115. If you can examine these.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you recognize these CDs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They're the CDs that we made, that I made, to turn over to your office from the interview of Mr. Ortiz.
How is it that you can identify the CD came from your department?
The label.
Tell us about the label.
The label, they're not burnt on a traditional PC, like you drag and drop a file and out comes a movie on a CD or a compact disc. These are produced by a machine connected to a server, and they'll label them disc 1 of 12, and it'll give you a certified copy number and tell you the copy number and whatever label we give it. On this one, we labeled it a J.D. Ortiz interview, and these are the ones that our machine printed.
Okay, so now let's break it down disc by disc. Identify state's exhibit and tell me what that exhibit contains and what number it is in your interview. What is state's exhibit 104?
104 is labeled certified copy 2784, disc 1 of 12. State's
What
exhibit,
else does it contain?
Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, and the phone number to the Sheriff's Office, and my initials.
Which are what?
FC
Okay, that's disc 104.
104.
State Exhibit 104. Go to State Exhibit 105.
State Exhibit 105 has the same thing, with the exception of this one is
Say the same thing. Tell me what's on 105.
Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, the phone number to the Sheriff's Office, my initials. It's tagged with number 3, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy 2785, disc 2 of 12.
Okay. Continue. State's Exhibit
106, Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, the Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2786. It's tagged with a green number 4, disc 3 of 12.
and your initials too.
And my initials, yes, sir. 107, Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, State's Exhibit 107, green tag number 5, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2787, disc number 4 of 12.
State's Exhibit
108, Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2788, disc 5 of 12, and it's marked with a green number 6. State's Exhibit 109, Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, the initials, my initials, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2789, has a green number 7 tag, and it's disc 6 of 12.
State's Exhibit 110.
Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2790, it has tag number 8, disc 7 of 12.
State's Exhibit 111.
Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, green number 9 tag, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2791, disc 8 of 12.
State's Exhibit 112.
State's Exhibit 112 is Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, green tag number 10, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2792, disc 9 of 12.
State's Exhibit 113.
Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, FC, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2793, green tag with number 11, disc 10 of 12.
State's Exhibit 114.
Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, my initials, green tag number 12, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2794, disc 11 of 12.
And finally, State's Exhibit 115.
State's Exhibit 115, Webb County Sheriff's Office for official use only, Webb County Sheriff's Office phone number, green tag number 13, my initials, J.D. Ortiz interview, certified copy number 2795, disc 12 of 12.
That is a complete set of the entire interview of Juan David Ortiz taken on September the 15th of 2018.
That is correct.
Yes, you may. At this time, State's Exhibits 104 through State's Exhibits 115 will be admitted into evidence, and yes, you may publish to the juries.
The state, 45 days prior to trial, the state has prepared transcripts of the Juan David Ortiz video recorded interview that's already in the record. We have prepared also copies of the transcript for the jury.
Is it a transcript and translation? Is that what you're saying, or
Yes, it's a
translation
translation.
from Spanish to English? Is that
Well,
what I'm hearing?
it's Tex-Mex, so there is Spanish. It's translated.
Yeah, well, the 45-day rule is because of the translation from Spanish to English to give the, I guess in this case, the defense an opportunity to review it and challenge any translation. So
They've been in possession of this from the time that it was filed.
and you're asking,
We're asking to admit it. Your Honor.
yes,
Again,
is that for the record before you do that? 116?
116.
Okay. Yes, you may approach. Yes. Did you get the last part? Let me go ahead and excuse the jury just for a few minutes so we can address this matter. And again, I'll remind you not to discuss the facts of the case. Yes, 1 second. I'm not ready yet. The juror's still in the courtroom.
Lady seated.
We have to close the door. Close the door, please. Okay, you may be seated.
Judge, logistically, for the record, if there ever comes a point to write, I don't usually write videos. Because
Well, I didn't say that. Maybe let me repeat what I was saying to everyone. Exhibit 116 is the transcript of the video.
Yes.
It's in evidence.
Yes.
There's no need to duplicate.
Okay.
That's the exhibit.
Okay.
The only thing we're doing in court because it's not going to be published to the jurors, so they're not going to be, if they don't understand Spanish,
Okay.
they're not going to be able to see whatever or understand what was said in Spanish until they get the exhibit when they're deliberating.
Okay.
So that they can hear it in real time, we're going to have an interpreter. You don't need to record that, but the interpreter is going to read the translation,
Okay.
so long as he or she agrees, obviously. Well, they're going to read it. I mean, it's an official certified. There's been no objection from the defense on the translation, so it's going to be read verbatim how it is for the benefit of the jury, so that they can read it and hear it, or not read it, so that they can listen to it and hear the translation in real time.
Okay.
Okay, so the instruction to you as a court reporter, I agree with you. You don't have to retype because for the video purpose. Obviously, if there's questions along the way, then obviously that's part of the record.
Well,
But that's
that's
the
fine.
logistic.
That was the logistic, because we have an interpreter present and she's going to be speaking. So I just don't write it then.
Well, she's going to he or
She's
she
going to be interpreting.
he or she. I don't know if it's a he or she at this point. They're going to just read because they're going to be reading the exhibit, ma'am,
Okay.
the 116, and so at whatever point it is, they're going to read
Okay.
the translation that's already been made.
Okay, Judge.
Okay.
All right. So,
So really, it's going to be a translation, not an interpretation at this point,
We agree, she doesn't have to do anything.
because it's already in.
It's already there.
It's already recorded.
Correct.
On this disc, and there's this document.
Yes.
okay, my concern was only because the interpreter was going to be here and she was going to be speaking.
But just reading, basically reading it for them, and the purpose of it so that the jury is not distracted by reading along instead of observing the video that they need to.
Other than the lawyer's talking, once the video starts and the interpreter's talking, she's hands off.
Okay.
Correct, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and for the record, again, all objections as to the video have been made and addressed, so there should be no reason at this point to. I mean, we can address anything after the fact or bench conference if we need to, but as far as the court's rulings and the defense objections, they've already been recorded.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes.
We'll agree there'd be no comments made while the
Correct.
video's being played.
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you're gonna go, you'll bring that.
We're working on that. Yes, sir. We'll take a short recess. Actually, the jury's been excused, so we'll see how long it takes us to get someone here. Thank you.
All rise.
left this on here. All right, we're ready for the jury, Mr. Alanis. Oh, no, the defendant's not out yet. 1 second. 1 second. You can bring him out, please.
Judge, can you explain to Calderon what he's gonna do?
Yes, sir.
I already
So,
did, but,
do you have the exhibit?
yes, sir. Where's the exhibit?
So I've admitted, I didn't keep it, did I?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 116
You go to
is the transcript and translation. So what the attorneys have agreed to, and put this on the record, is for you to read along, so the jury's not distracted if they have to read along. And wherever there's a translation, you'll pause it briefly
I'll pause it.
so you can translate, or not translate, you're going to read the Spanish portion. Okay?
The English.
Well, he's going to read the Spanish portion that comes out in English, the translation.
Correct.
Can you find something in Spanish where you can do it?
You want to, okay, an example?
Yeah, that way he'll know exactly.
And some of it may be, let's see. Right here. Okay, bueno. Well,
So I skip the bueno?
no, you're not going to. Whenever the bueno comes out on the video, because they're not going to have a transcript, so if they don't understand Spanish, they're going to rely on this
So I
document.
only read the English?
Correct. But where there's a Spanish word, you read what it's translated, which is
I understand.
should be right next to it. Let's see.
Pero,
Like here, pero, you're going to say but. And then here, obviously, no te iba a hacer caso. Obviously, she was not going to obey you. Whenever you hear that, you say this.
We're not gonna obey you.
Yes.
Okay.
No sabes? You don't know.
And you'll let me know when, they'll let me know when to do that, or?
Well, you're going to be listening and following along, so you can be on the page, right?
Okay.
And
I'll pause it,
Okay.
and you can say the word.
Understood.
just to make sure, yeah, and if you have a doubt on where you're at, ask for clarification.
Understood.
And so there was not only no objection, there was an agreement from the defense and the state to allow the witness to read the English portion of the translation to the jury from the exhibit that's already been admitted into evidence, which is Exhibit 116. Is that correct, Mr. Fuchs?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alanis?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, we're in agreement.
Okay. Let's just wait for Mr. Perez. He stepped out again?
He's right here.
Oh, okay. I would say before I bring the jury in. You ready, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in now, please.
All right, for the jury.
You may be seated. I'm going to explain briefly to the jury what we are going to do so they'll understand. There's Exhibit 116 has been admitted into evidence. It's a transcript. It has some translation from Spanish to English. And so our witness, wherever the translation portion comes out, our witness is going to read that aloud. The exhibit will be available for the jury's review during deliberations. But at this time, so that everyone can be able to observe the video, we're going to handle it this way. Okay? You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we broke, we were talking about the interview of Juan David Ortiz and the confession. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At approximately what time? Now you have a timeline, correct?
I do.
Okay, now if you can refer to that timeline. Or if you recall. At what time did the interview of Juan David Ortiz begin?
3:21 a.m.
Okay. And who was present?
I was present along with Ranger E.J. Salinas.
And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the setting and whether Mr. Ortiz was restrained, or if he was restrained, how was he restrained, and if you can paint the room for us.
It's a simple room with a table and a couple of chairs, and he was sitting toward the entrance, and he was restrained in the front, I believe, if I recall.
He was handcuffed.
Yes.
Where was he handcuffed? On his hands, on his feet, on just on his? How was he handcuffed? Was he shackled?
I recall the handcuffs. I don't recall the shackles, but he might have been. But I recall the handcuffs.
Okay. And where were you?
I was sitting in front of Mr. Ortiz.
On the opposite side of the table?
No, same side of the table.
Okay. And what about Ranger Salinas?
He was sitting to my right.
Okay. And what is the first thing that you all do when you walk in?
We introduced ourselves, and Ranger Salinas brought out the rights and read him his rights.
Okay. What was his demeanor when you began speaking to him? I'm talking about Juan David Ortiz. What was Juan David Ortiz's demeanor?
He was not really. He wasn't really one way or the other.
Well, let me ask you this.
Wasn't excitable.
Let me be more specific. Was he angry?
He did not seem angry, no.
Was he being violent?
No, he was not being violent at all.
Was he being calm?
He seemed calm, yes.
Okay. Okay. You said that the ranger read him his rights, correct?
Correct.
And how did Juan David Ortiz acknowledge those rights?
He said he understood. He nodded his head and he said, mm-hmm.
Okay. So he nodded his head.
Yes.
Okay. And we showed the rights earlier, right? The Texas Ranger form has been admitted. Was he asked to sign those acknowledgments?
He was asked to sign the acknowledgments, yes.
Okay. And then what if anything happened?
He refused to sign.
Okay. After he refused to sign, what happened?
We continued talking.
Okay.
He was asked if he understood. He said, uh-huh, and we continued the interview.
Was he cooperating when you first began speaking with him?
He was speaking and he was talking, but he wasn't being cooperative, no.
What was the first thing he said when you... Well, tell us, what was the first thing you asked him when you sat down there? How do you start your interview?
We introduce ourselves, and normally I ask if they know why they're there, why we're meeting, why we're talking.
Okay. And what was his response?
He claimed not to know.
Oh, what can you... do you... Do you remember him saying you know? Do you remember him saying you already know?
Yes, I do.
Did at any time did he say that?
Yes, he did.
How did he say that? Explain it to me or to the jury.
That was his response, and when we asked if we knew why he was here and why we needed to talk to him, you already know, was one of his responses.
One of his responses was, "You already know."
Yes.
Okay. So how does it start? What does he begin telling you?
I believe we bring up Erica first, Erica Pena.
Well, before that, do you establish any sort of rapport with him?
We ask about his background.
Okay,
ask
well,
him questions.
don't get ahead of us. Let's start at the beginning. How does walk the ladies and gentlemen of the jury through a typical interview and what you did on this case to establish rapport?
We ask what he does, what his name is, address, where he lives, just basic information to get to know who he is. And his responses were, "You already know."
Okay.
And
And eventually, does he share with you a little bit about his background?
eventually he starts sharing about his background. Yes.
Okay, and what do you learn about his background?
That he was in the Navy, and that he was a corpsman attached to a Marine unit, and that he served overseas.
Okay. What else did you learn about his background, his education, his training, his...
That he had a degree of higher education, and that he had lived out of Laredo and had moved to Laredo at some point.
Okay. Did he tell you that he had a master's degree?
He did, yes.
Okay. Did he tell you his employment?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and what was that employment?
Border Patrol agent?
United States Border Patrol.
Correct.
Okay. So how long does the report last? Establishing report.
It takes a while.
Okay.
It wasn't quick.
Okay. What is the first topic that you guys want to talk to him about?
We brought up the issue with Erica that had happened the night before.
Okay.
Erica Pena.
Okay, and how do you bring it up?
We asked if he knew her and if he could explain what happened.
What was his response to knowing Erica?
He said he didn't know any Erica, that the only Erica he knew was from back home somewhere. I think he said Gladys Porter High School or something to that effect, but that he didn't know any Erica in Laredo, only from back wherever his hometown is.
So he said in Brownsville at Gladys Porter High School, he knew an Erica.
Yeah, I remember Gladys Porter, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So he denied knowing Erica Pena.
He initially denied knowing Erica Pena, yes.
Okay. Did you all ask him about any of the items that were found or left in his truck?
Yes, we did.
What items were those?
There was a bag, and there was some contents in the bag, like a woman's bag.
A woman's purse? Would that be
Yes.
more specific?
Correct, yes. It was
Okay.
a woman's purse.
You remember what color that woman's purse was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Where are the exhibits? This is State's Exhibit 3. State's Exhibit 3, you can tell us what you see in this State's Exhibit.
It looks like a beer can and that purse, that bag.
Correct. And State's Exhibit 4. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So you ask him about that purse?
We asked him about what they had seen in the back of his, what was seen in the back of his truck, inside his Dodge.
What is his response to that?
He claimed that he didn't have any knowledge of it,
That he didn't have any knowledge, or he didn't know who it belonged to?
that he didn't, I don't remember verbatim what he said, but he claimed it wasn't anything of his.
What did he say about Erica initially?
Erica,
About Erica.
that he didn't know her, that he didn't know any Erica in Laredo. Like I said, that the only Erica he knew was from his hometown. That he didn't know what we were talking about.
Okay. Permission to publish Disc 1, Your Honor? State Exhibit 104.
Yes, you may.
Do you have State's Exhibit, is it 116? What is that exhibit in your hands?
Transcripts of Juan David Ortiz video recorded interview, State's Exhibit 116.
116, okay. And it's, I'm going to ask you to turn to the beginning. This is an official certified transcript. So, I want to direct your attention to Disc 1 on the transcript. Are you there, Disc 1?
I'm on Disc 1, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 1 so that we can start the transcript, start the video. Is there audio recording in this video?
Yes, sir, there is.
Okay. Do you have the volume turned up?
Yeah, it's just nobody's. Move forward.
Yeah, if you can move forward. Oh, here he comes. Who's there in that video so far?
On the left is Lieutenant Nunez. On the right is Investigator Noe Gonzalez.
Okay. Gonzalez is the SWAT officer.
He was one of the SWAT officers when he was at the sheriff's office, yes.
What is the current time right now in that room?
It says 2:50. That would be 2:50 a.m.
This is close to 3 in the morning.
Correct.
Can we adjust the volume because we can't hear?
The system.
They contacted the IT personnel to come here. They'll be here in a few minutes.
What time is it on the video right now?
2:53, 52 seconds.
And what time do you walk in, or what time do you start your interview?
We start our interview at 3:21.
Okay, so there's still going to be there'll be some dead time for now, right? Nothing's going to happen.
Correct.
Okay. While the video plays, I'll go ahead and I'll be asking you some questions regarding the progression of the interview, and then we'll come back and we'll play the video. Just answer the questions to the best of your ability. If you have to refer to your notes, refer to your notes. This was a long 10-hour interview, correct?
Correct.
After he denies knowing Erica, what do you get into?
We get into the murders that we had been investigating.
What is his initial response to the murders? And be more specific. How do you approach this, if you can recall? Do you use it? Do you go by dates, crime scenes, names? How is it? Tell the jury.
Names, we ask names. I believe we brought up Melissa Ramirez, asking if he knew who Melissa Ramirez was.
Okay. Do you, let's talk about his demeanor at this time, okay? And I want to ask you if you notice anything unusual or anything as far as in distress or mental distress in Mr. Ortiz.
He didn't seem to be in any distress, no.
Any delusions,
No.
hallucinations,
No.
auditory manifestations?
Didn't seem to, no.
Was he oriented as to time,
Yes.
place,
Yes.
situation?
Yes.
Was there anything to indicate to you that he was not mentally able to understand what was going on? Any indicators?
I had no indicators to believe that.
Have you had the occasion to encounter people who are going through any sort of mental distress?
Yes, I have.
Okay. In your time as a law enforcement officer,
Correct, yes, sir.
did he display any symptoms to you or signs? I know you're not a doctor, but just to the plain eye, did he display any signs of mental illness or disorder or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. That being said, did you inquire into his health?
I believe Ranger Salinas brought up his health, yes, during the interview.
Okay, and was this at the beginning of the interview?
It was toward the beginning, yes.
Okay, did Mr. Ortiz discuss his physical health or mental health or emotional health, psychological health? Did he share that with you?
I remember him talking about PTSD and some of the issues he had from the military.
Okay, did he explain to you that he had began receiving services in February of 2018 at the VA?
In Laredo, yes.
Yes. The February of 2018, and we're in September of 2018, right?
Correct.
So approximately 5 to 6 months before, he said he started receiving services from the VA.
Yes, sir.
He also explained to you that he had been in the military and deployed in Iraq.
Yes.
And when was that?
That was in the,
In what year was he in Iraq? Do you recall?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but it was earlier in the 2000s.
Was it like in 03?
Around there, yes.
Okay. And also, were you able to determine how long, at this point in time, on September the 14th of 2018, how long he had been employed with the United States Border Patrol?
Yes.
How long?
I don't recall, but we did go over that. It was several years,
Approximately 9 years,
approximately.
give or take.
Yeah, he was a supervisory agent
Okay. Where was he? Where was a supervisory agent? Where?
at the Border Intelligence Center.
The BIC, the BIC.
They call it the BIC, yes.
Okay. And what happens at the BIC?
At the BIC, it's a building housed in a Border Patrol compound, and it's one of their intelligence center, intelligence sharing.
So they work with federal, state, and local law enforcement and sharing intel,
Correct.
protecting the border,
Correct.
protecting the United States,
Correct. Yes,
and
sir.
enforcing the laws.
Yes, sir.
And he was a supervisor there.
He was a supervisor for one of the intel units there. Yes.
At this time, we're going to take a break so that we can take care of this audio issue, and then we'll resume. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I was waiting for you to pause on your question. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe, I'm going to excuse you for a few minutes so that we can take care of the technical issues. I'll remind you not to discuss facts of the case. Thank you.
All right, to the jury.
You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, you may be seated.
6th District Court is back in session.
Did we figure it out? Ready to go? All right. So it's 11:25. We'll try and go 45 minutes, an hour max. 12, no later than 12:30 before I excuse him for lunch. So if you have a good breaking point within 45 minutes to an hour.
So for the court's information, the available time, this disc will go on for an hour and 14 minutes more. So just
From this point?
from this point, for your, that'll help with.
Well, then maybe we'll do that then. Are you going to start straight with the video, or are you going to have questioning before?
I wanted to start straight with the video.
Okay. Perfect. Well, I'm saying, so we do have an hour and 14 minutes. We can precisely say that's what it's going to take, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We're ready for the jury then? All right. Let's bring him in, please.
The witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where's our witness? Just remind him to stay on the stand. Or be back. Wait. Let him. As soon as he steps up here, you can bring him in. Go ahead and take the stand, sir.
All right, to the jury.
You may be seated. And just for the jury's information, we'll be breaking for lunch in about an hour and 15 minutes, which is the duration of this portion of the video. Okay. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish the video, and I believe we have the audio issue already fixed.
You may, sir.
Is it in the English or Spanish language?
I believe it's English and English. English.
So you conducted the interview in English.
There was back and forth when he would speak Spanish, so it's mixed. It was primarily English.
So primarily in the English language, but there was Spanish language used.
Correct.
Also commonly known as Tex-Mex.
Correct. Yes.
Images that you showed him, you testified that you showed him some purses, or photos of some purses, correct?
Correct.
Where he claimed, what did he claim when you showed him the pictures of the purses?
That he didn't know who they were.
Can I approach him?
Yeah, I'm gonna get some coffee here.
Well,
Pause it.
I'm just gonna pause just to ask you this question.
go ahead.
If I may approach. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 117. State Exhibit 117. Do you recognize what's in State Exhibit 117?
Yes.
Okay. Is this one of the items you showed to?
It's one of the items that was shown to me and we showed it to him. Yes.
Okay. And how was it shown to you? The actual purse or a picture?
A picture.
Okay. And you showed this picture to Juan David Ortiz?
We asked him about it. Yes.
You showed him the
Yes.
Okay.
We're still objecting to the propriety of the search of the vehicle, and that has not been established yet. So we believe this evidence is premature until the court rules.
That's a legal issue.
Well,
Or a factual issue.
your objection is relevant at this point? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not relevant.
Well, objection noted, objection overruled. State's Exhibit 117 is admitted into evidence at this time.
Well, we got the video on, but can you describe what's in 117?
It's a purse, brown woman's purse.
Brown woman's purse. And you asked Ortiz about this brown woman's purse.
Yes.
So how many purses in total were in his truck?
I recall two.
Two purses. The pink one that you said earlier,
Yes.
and this one.
Yes.
And where was this one located? Was it in the front or the back?
I don't recall. I just saw the picture of it. I didn't go to the actual vehicle.
Okay. Go ahead and play. It's after 3 a.m. Have any weapons been found in his vehicle?
By 3 a.m., may I check my, no,
Yes.
I believe around that time, close to that time, it was recovered.
You remember asking him about the gun in his truck?
Yes, we do ask him about the gun in his truck.
And on what was his response to when you asked him if that gun in his truck, is that yours or is it Border Patrol's? Do you remember
He
asking him
said that he should have, that he thought he had two. He thought he had a 9mm and a 40 in his truck. But if only the 40 was there, that's a Border Patrol 40 caliber weapon.
Did he tell you the model of the gun
H&K,
and the caliber?
40 caliber.
Did he tell you what kind of ammunition he carried with?
His response was whatever they give me at work.
So the government issued ammo.
Correct.
I know he's waiting for you guys to get there, right?
Correct.
What are you doing right now there at the station?
At that time, I had probably just arrived, so unloading the stuff from my police car, or from the police car, and putting it in my office and getting my stuff ready for the interview, preparing.
Okay, so this is disc 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in this particular disc, you guys give him a water bottle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember him admitting to running from the troopers?
Yes.
And he speaks to you about that?
He mentions about how the troopers one of them needs to stop smoking because he outran him easily, or he made a comment like that.
He makes that statement that one of the troopers was out of shape.
Yes.
And then he brings it up again that he outran the troopers.
Yes.
Okay. And he goes over his education with you.
When we start talking to him, yes.
Okay. Press play.
I haven't looked at how yet, but I was gonna ask.
Nobody has a 43 on there. Nobody has a 43.
Pause before you walk in.
Mike, please.
Apologize. In disc 1 also, are you familiar when at what point in time the word blackout was used?
I believe Ranger Salinas asks him if he suffers from any sort of blackouts.
How did that topic come up? Who was the one that first mentioned the word blackouts?
I believe I'd have to look here to be sure, but I believe it was Ranger Salinas.
Okay. Do you want to look at the record real quick?
May I?
Yes. On page 39.
Correct. Agent Salinas, he says, has there ever come a time where you black out that you don't what you did?
So Ranger Salinas brought up the word blackout.
Correct.
Okay, press play.
Go read. Camera, Rachel, can you go to the restroom? So what is it? Should there be anybody? The trooper I smoked, man. The trooper couldn't keep up with me, dude. Tell him he needs to work out some more, man. Two of them. Two troopers, good. I was fucking running, dude. I already drank with them. Appreciate it, brother.
Can we keep playing it, Your Honor?
You want to pause it before they start, though?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes.
As soon as they walk in, we'll pause it. Let's play.
Is there anyone outside? We found driving the woods. Okay, take care.
And
That it? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the video, you're going to be hearing statements made by officers, and the statements made by the officers are not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted by the officers. It should be considered only to put in context what the defendant's statement is or statements are during the interview, and so the jury is to focus on the defendant's statements being made during the interview. At the request of the defense and the state, that's the instruction to the jury at this time. You may proceed.
yeah, no, I'm just saying.
It's custom chip.
Sure,
I know.
Hello, sir. Hello. Doing okay?
Good, good.
See?
You comfortable? You need some water or anything?
Yeah. No, I'm good. Are you right-handed or left-handed? Left-handed? Okay. You want any more? I'm interested in this range. I don't know if you know what we do or... We're part of the CPS family.
Captain Calderon, Sheriff, okay?
Yeah.
Where's your writing hand?
Sorry.
What are you writing with? Right, left hand? Okay.
We're gonna let your writing on free. Okay.
You want? Comfortable? Yeah. Just gonna secure you right here, okay? You okay there?
Yeah.
Close the door there. Right here.
What's the date already? Saturday the 15th. Yeah, but on the date.
September 15th?
The date. Saturday. Okay, it is 09/15/2018. It is Saturday. It is 3:21 a.m. I'm interested in the Texas Ranger, okay? And we're here at the U.S. 59 Webb County substation, and I'm here with
Captain Calderon, Webb County Sheriff's Office.
what's your name?
You guys already know.
Anything else?
You guys already know.
Okay, yeah. You know, there's always two sides to every story. Everybody has problems. And you know you're in custody right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you willing to tell us your side of the story for what happened, or no? Yeah. That's you have to reach your rights. Okay. Yeah. You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. Any statement you make may be used against you in trial. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present and to advise you prior to during any questioning. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. You have the right to terminate the interview at any time. Prior to and during the making of any statement, you knowingly, intentionally, and voluntarily waive this right set in this document. You understand your rights? Mm-hmm. I just need your initial right here that you understand your rights. You good? You don't want to sign up? Okay. Coming up. Do you live by yourself at the house? Somebody else at the house?
They're in San Antonio.
Okay. And this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I just want to, because we're going to go to your house, eventually get a search warrant. And we want to be sure we don't want to, you have any dogs, anything like that in there? Okay, nobody's going to come back and we're going to fight them or anything?
My wife's driving from San Antonio to Laredo. If you guys could pull over, that'd be great. Keep her from coming to Laredo.
What's your wife's name?
She's driving a black Chevrolet Tahoe, 2017 LT. The first three characters of her license plate are KYT.
KY.
She's at San Antonio, so she's probably, I don't know, we're going to have her teacher Wells right now, so she's sitting over here. You guys could, stop her, that'd be awesome.
We could work on that, definitely.
Does
she live there with you?
She lived there. Okay. She went to San Antonio with all my kids, and all my kids are in San Antonio.
Okay. Just her coming back, or her?
It's just her and my suegro. Okay. I don't know why that's what she's bringing the suegros.
What's your wife's name?
Daniela.
I'll work on that as soon as I can. Let me start getting that information out.
Daniela.
Please. And she's driving that black Chevy. You were thinking she'd buy Ortiz or
I know she's coming back. It's gonna be pretty bad if she's at the house. So if you guys can stop her, that'd be awesome.
I will do my best to do that.
As far as my house, you guys have my keys. Just walk in there and give me consent to go to my house.
Do you have any weapons at the house other than the one you have in the car?
Yeah, I have a bunch. I have AR-15, Bushmaster, loaded. I have a 12 gauge shotgun, which I actually don't know where it's at. It's probably somewhere in my garage.
Okay.
I have a 20 gauge single shot Remington. I have a 22 lever action Ruger. And I have a very, very nice custom Kimber 45 cal.
Are they spread throughout the house, or do you have somewhere specific?
My AR-15 is in my kitchen counter. My two shotguns and the lever action are in my garage. And my real nice 45 Kimber is under my bed in my master bedroom. I think that's it. You guys could just walk into the house with the key instead of kicking it open.
Ortiz, you want us to help you out, but you're being real evasive with us at the moment.
If you can't help them.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Are you law enforcement?
You already know. I can pass this along.
I have never seen you.
You already know.
Yeah, but I have never seen you. That's what I'm saying.
And neither have I.
Right.
So anyway, yeah, you guys could stop her. I don't know if you have any deputies or troopers up there.
Okay, and let's just say that we make contact. What do you want us to tell her?
Keep my kids in San Antonio. There's no reason to come back to Laredo.
Why is she coming back, and why are you referring to you don't know why she'd bring this way? Is there something going on right now?
Yeah, she wanted to come over and talk to me. So she knew there was something going on with me. So I told her, dude, stay in San Antonio. Don't come. And she said, I'm gonna go.
Why would she think there's something going on? Did you tell her something going
I
on?
called her. Yeah, so that's it.
What did you tell her?
I said, don't come. I told her we were perfect when we were in San Antonio.
Were you having issues or what?
No, I actually had a great marriage.
Are you having issues with Laredo?
Yeah, I guess. So I was a squared away motherfucker in San Antonio, Catula Station. I used to get a bunch of dogs. I got employee of the month. I got Operation Tainted Lady, took down the Gaitan organization. Most I ever got was 3 blood rods in one shift, all by myself. They were not bolos, they were just squared away.
Are you canine handler?
Nah, I'm sorry you're a canine handler, but
No.
I canine handlers. So life was good in San Antonio. Very good. My wife was a registered nurse in Christus Santa Rosa Downtown Hospital. I got my master's degree in international relations from St. Mary's University, my bachelor's degree in criminal justice forensics from American Military University, and associate's degree in general studies. And life was.
And you get transferred down because of the job?
Yeah.
You didn't put a transfer, or you put a transfer, they transferred you?
No.
I take it you didn't want to be here?
You guys already know. I guess. I'm a supervisor. You guys already know. I came down here for a promotion. So, you guys already know. I already work in the Border Intelligence Center within the Laredo Sector Operations Center. You guys already know all this shit. And my year before January this year, I was in the Targeted Enforcement Unit. I was a group supervisor for a bunch of agents. We did undercover surveillance, took down a bunch of fucking stash houses. That's why I know a bunch of these deputies. Took down a bunch of stash houses, prosecuted a bunch. Reached out to DPS, CID for a bunch of bus cases that we're having with abandoned dope. I spoke with some guy named Pina and some guy named Cepeda, I think.
Okay. They were DPS, though, huh?
CID, I think.
Yeah.
And then so I've been at the big, well, I was, and that's it. That's right.
You sound like you're pretty educated, and it looks like you were good law enforcement work out there.
I was.
Why are we here?
You guys told me.
You were in the military también, ¿verdad?
8 years active duty on like this.
Were you having any issues with
Yeah,
the military?
I got a PTSD. They put me on paroxetine, which is Paxil, for anxiety and depression.
Okay.
You guys want to write it down for Paxil for anxiety and depression. They put me on Divoprox for irritability and anger.
Okay.
They put me on Trazodone for sleeping due to nightmares.
Okay.
They put me on gabapentin for migraine headaches. They put me on another one, I don't know the name of it, for that's the high blood pressure. And I was a square away motherfucker until I started going to the VA and my life went to shit. So I have never been arrested in my life. I have never, nada. I'm sure you guys are able to American. Going to the VA fucked up my life, got me here.
Did you go to the VA in San Antonio? Or just
Over
right
here, the one.
Whenever you hear a Spanish word in the translation, you just blurt it out.
Okay.
Like there was nada. It was,
While it's happening.
you should say, yeah, you just blurt it out.
Okay.
Can you do that? Can you blurt it out when you hear like nothing?
Nada, nothing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do it contemporaneously.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here in Laredo.
So this was the one that messed you up, not the one in San Antonio?
Yeah, I never went to the VA until here in Laredo.
Right.
And they confirmed what I've always thought, confirmed that I got PTSD. They put me on all those fucking pills, on sleeping pills, migraine pills, all kinds of shit. They had me on this 12-week program where I had to go talk to a psychologist. I've seen a psychiatrist a bunch of times.
Do you remember the doctor's names?
Yeah, Dr. Shankar. He's here in Laredo. Shankar. He's like Indian or something.
Okay.
And la que vi every single week for like 12
The one I
weeks
saw.
is in, se llama Patricia Amparan.
Her name is.
She was, I would see her by TV because she's out of San Antonio and I live here in Laredo, so they would do like a
So like the
teleconference.
teleconference? Okay.
And I would talk to her like that. And I was fine until I started going to the fucking VA. So,
Did you express your concern to the doctors when you weren't feeling right?
yeah. I once told Patricia Amparan that I was suicidal.
Okay.
And she flat out said, you need to be very careful with what you're saying because you're law enforcement and if you say this, I'm going to have to report this and it's going to get you in a lot of trouble. So she pretty much hinted, don't say this again.
Okay. Did you ever tell your soup that you were having issues right at Border Patrol?
They would rubber band my ass. They would,
Quickly.
considering I'm a supervisor.
Okay.
Did you start noticing when you started feeling this way? Or was it gradual? Did it happen?
It was gradual.
By the time you felt it, it was already past.
See,
It doesn't happen.
Yes.
yeah. The first month and a half that I was taking the pills, I had some nasty ass headaches. And they told me it was the body getting used to it. And then they fucking increased my doses. And then for a while I was just like fucking out of it. And then I just went shit after that.
You keep saying you went to shit. Physically, emotionally,
No, mentally.
mentally, and you felt it happening. Well, what are we talking here? What did you?
I concealed it very, very well. I had a great marriage.
Well, you haven't gotten divorced yet, right? Well, you haven't, right? You haven't? Okay.
That's no reason for her to stay married. As far as work, I was very, very, very good at work. I was one of the best. I was about to get offered SBPA until I was fucked up as it sounds. I was going to get the offer like next week or so.
What part? When you were having issues, did you start consuming alcohol, or was it just the pills?
No, well, the main reason that I even began going to the VA, I started going to the VA in February of this year, February 2018.
Okay.
And the reason I started going to the fucking VA is because my alcohol was out of fucking hand and bad. I was fucking just drinking, gacho.
Bad.
And so I finally went to the VA and I told them everything. And that's when they said, yeah, you got PTSD, dude. And they put me like, I'm not joking, I've had like 40 fucking doctor's appointments from February till now. I've seen psychiatrists, psychologists, podiatrists, neurologists, sleep doctors, every fucking thing you can imagine. That's it.
And were you currently taking your regular pills, or you kind of
Yeah, I've been
tapered
taking-
off them because they were making you feel bad?
I've been taking them.
So were they working, or did you notice that they weren't working for you anymore?
They were working in the fact that I was calm, relaxed. I wasn't todo paniqueado.
All panicky.
But they weren't working in the fact that I was like I don't know how to explain it.
Right. What?
Listen.
And when you were having these issues, as far as anger issues, did it ever come to blows with your wife? Did you ever proceed to assault your wife, your kids, or anything like that?
Any issues at work with coworkers or anything?
I had an impeccable record. So, yes, sir. I just had my background done again.
Y'all have to do it how many years? Like every 5 years, right? Did you have your phone with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So your wife's number's on your phone? Did they take your phone? Okay.
I don't know.
You just have that phone? You don't have another phone? You don't have a supervisor phone?
I had it, pero ya no.
Not
Since I
anymore.
went to the Vicks, I don't have it anymore.
Okay.
What was your wife doing at that time?
She went over there to go visit her sister because we were gonna go see the fight with a coworker in San Antonio, and she ended up leaving without me because there's a fucking leak in my house, and the plumber supposedly is gonna show up tomorrow. So I told her just go and I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow.
So the fight was tomorrow night? Canelo?
The one of.
Okay. So, but why is your wife coming back?
Because I called her.
Oh, you called her?
You told her not to come back.
Yeah.
So she's worried about it.
Yeah.
Well, did you call her before or after they said that that's okay?
After.
After? Okay. So you called her when you were up there?
Yeah.
And you just told her not to come back?
Yeah.
How did you take it? Like, why?
She wants to know what happened. So
Did you tell her?
I told her keep the kids over there.
But obviously, no te ibas a casa, right? She was still going to come down.
She was
Oh,
not
do
going
you
to obey
think
you.
she still came down those salads, right?
Well,
For sure?
She was saying that
You don't know.
She's like, I'm going right now.
Okay.
I'm going to the house.
And your wife, you know, this issue that you were having with the VA and all the medications you were taking and stuff like that?
Were you keeping any of that from your wife? Were you expressing what you feel to her, how you feel? Somewhat.
I'm like, I was good, man.
Right.
So,
You're saying that you felt like you were
mhm.
losing control or something?
Sí.
You were going,
Yes.
What is it that you're feeling? Help us understand what it is that you're feeling so we can try and come to terms with what you're trying to tell us.
I mean, just
Well, nothing.
from the day I was born till February of this year, I was a squared away bastard. And from February to now, I've had like 40 fucking appointments. And now look at me. That's pretty much what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and because I was never in the military, so I don't know. I mean, you've been overseas, and I've never experienced that, so I wouldn't know. I guess what we're trying to say is you can try to explain it to us.
There's things that we can't relate.
Right.
We can't relate about you, and we understand what you're saying because we hear from other people, coworkers. We see it on TV, but we don't understand what you're trying to tell us when you're talking about it. And exactly, you can try and shed some light on what do you mean by that. What is it that you feel? What are you feeling right now?
Right now?
Like, what are you feeling when you're trying to express that something's not right, you're not feeling right? What is it that you're feeling? Are you feeling some loss of control? Are you angry? What is it that you're trying to
Probably
express?
angry,
Relief?
loss of control.
Do you feel somehow relieved? Que ya, I mean, that's happened. No. The gun that's in your truck, is that yours or that's Border Patrol?
There's two of them.
I don't know.
That's from BP.
And the ones in my house.
What kind of pistol is it?
HK,
Okay. Caliber, sir?
40 cal.
What kind of ammunition do you carry?
You said it was 40?
Two. Ammunition.
Yeah.
Whatever they give us.
See?
Do you
I
know?
never like.
Really? Do you know what color box it comes in?
think it's a white one.
Okay.
You just whatever duty animal they have.
See, they don't give
Yes,
us ammo anymore.
Oh, it's only when you call and you fill it up or what? Yeah, that happens.
Wait, but I thought y'all had to like.
Listen, but-
I've seen some VP agents sometimes go to like an office or like a storage, and then they get the weapons and then they will qualify and then they bring them back.
See.
Yes.
Or is that different for supervisor or what?
No, it's the same. But what are you talking about? The 40 cal? That's my pistol.
Okay. It's just the long arms. Entonces,
Oh,
you
the
have
long
to-
arms, sí.
Right.
No,
Okay.
sí,
I think it's a M4 or
Sí.
and the shotgun, ¿verdad? Estas you can't take them home.
No.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. But your sidearm, you do take it off. Oh, okay. So what's in your truck? You said what's in your truck? Is that what's in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
When was the last time you shot this?
I don't remember, man.
Give or take?
Probably the last time I called, which
What's the last
was once a quarter. So I was supposed to call this coming Tuesday. So subtract 3 months from that.
Right, that's the only truck you have?
In my wife's car. Someone gonna stop my wife and
Yeah. Let me get on that. Can I do you that favor? What do you want us to tell her?
don't come.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
quite that easy.
No,
So,
technically we can't keep her from coming.
Yeah.
I mean, it's within her right to come down.
What do you want me to relay to her?
Man, don't tell her anything.
Go back to San Antonio or?
What do you want us to tell? I mean, si te viene para atrás, obviously.
If she comes back,
So I San Antonio, don't go to the
that
house.
should go to.
And if you guys go to the house, I mean, it's my wife and 3 kids. Please use the key. You have my key. I'll give you consent to fucking go into the house. Yeah.
That's it. Let me notify some of the patrol supervisors so they can notify the highway patrol and get on the highway, and we can try and make that happen. Okay?
When, so you're Ortiz, right? What do you go by?
Everybody knows me as JB.
JD, okay. Well, JD, everything in the truck, is it yours or is it Border Patrol's? Okay. All the, if you have any bags, anything like that, any pouches, anything, that's Border Patrol, right?
No, that's mine. Plus, yeah, but they gave it to me, so.
Okay. Is there anything else that doesn't belong to you that's in the truck?
I can think of, no?
Because we saw like some, I guess, some beer cans.
Yeah, that's nice.
And we saw some like, I guess a pink purse. I don't think that's yours and that on the BPA. Do you know who it is? No. Do you know how it got to your truck? So those are the pouches for the most part of your truck.
Yes.
And you, obviously the beer you got the beer, right?
Yes, correct.
And the gun, you said there's a gun.
Yes.
And you have been taking your medication, right?
Right? Yes.
Like on a daily basis, how many pills do you take? Is it like 20, 15?
I take, in the morning, I take Paxil. In the morning, I take 5.
Okay.
In the evening, I take 3, so I take 8 per day.
Okay. You were pretty upset, kind of emotionally when they finally decided to truck up there. Can you tell me why you were up there? I mean, you have a house and everything.
You guys already know.
You don't know?
Made contact with them. They're going to be on the lookout. Nobody's called us. Nobody's called PD or anyone like that.
So maybe she didn't come out. Well, probably there's a bunch of missed calls in your phone right now. And I bet you right now she's pretty worried about what's going on.
Right. All we told her, or all we're going to tell her, but the instructions are to tell her that if they do stop her, to please go back to San Antonio and you'll explain what the deal is later.
course, if she wants to disregard us, we can't do anything about it, right? Okay, but
he says that, has there ever come a time where you black out that you don't know what you did? Is it like often or?
Yeah, it's probably.
Okay. And you're not supposed to do that. Did you black out today? So you knew you were driving around something else?
I was driving, I don't know where the fuck I was at.
Okay. So what do you tell you don't know where you're at?
Yeah, I'm here at Webb County jail on Highway 59, I think.
Pero when you ran, you don't know why you ran?
I went into the restroom at the gas station.
Okay.
I came out and I saw a trooper, like another trooper, and one of them had his rifle. Put your hands up! What the fuck?
Okay.
He's all like, don't fucking move, put your hands up! Put my hands up, and I go, sir, you're freaking the fucking crap out of me right now. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Okay.
Sir, right now, are you the owner of that truck? Yeah, it's my fucking truck. Don't fucking move! I'm like, what the fuck? Don't move! Yeah, he's all like, turn around! I turn around? Fuck this. I fucking took off running.
Because you were scared or because
Right, you know, I was like, what the fuck? Dude? I go to the restroom, and there's a guy with an AR-15 with a flashlight pointing at me. And I think the other guy had a rifle or a sidearm on him. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? So I take off at a full sprint. And one thing I learned from the house is I won't stop running.
Right.
So I kept fucking running. I'm like, fuck this fuck. These motherfuckers are gonna catch me. And then I just hear,
Oh, you actually hurt?
yeah, he fucking missed the taser.
Okay.
And I kept fucking running again, kept running, and he missed the second taser. Alright, he's empty, he's gotta reload. So I'm fucking running. I come up some corner, and there's a sharp corner. I make a left. And I was like, fuck, I'm gonna run this fucking place.
Stayed there. Damn it.
And then when they arrested me, they asked me if the fence that I jumped. I didn't jump the fence. I had no idea what this fucking was.
You ran out the parking garage?
Yeah.
Do you hunt?
Yes.
Deer or elk or what do you?
Mostly hog. Never shot.
Pero with a rifle or with a
Yeah.
gun or you go, once you get back, they go up to the house y los picas?
AR-15.
Oh, AR-15. Like en la noche, okay.
No, en el día.
You have a ranch?
I had a lease, pero ya no lo tengo.
¿Dónde lo tengo?
Highway 59, pasando Wallhausen Road on the right.
Just
Oh,
past.
okay. How many acres?
No más era como 45 acres.
So when was the last time
It
you
was
hunted?
just like
Probably last summer season.
Okay. Is it pretty relaxing matando allá, without
Yeah.
being in the city?
not like over there when you are.
What type of clothes would you wear? Would you like get all camoed out or nomás in jeans? Or
No, más really.
nothing?
Más really.
Purple or only jeans?
Shirts de las que venden en Academy, Colombia.
The one they sell at Academy.
You keep saying that we know why you're here. You don't feel maybe there's some apologies that might be handed down because of what happened, what occurred?
I was a supervisor for the first time I have interviewed a bunch of people, so I've done plenty of operations.
Sometimes saying the truth make you feel a lot better. You don't have everything cleaned up inside you. Like I said, sometimes it was like
That's it.
ya se acabó. It's over.
It's already over.
Where were you earlier today before the
was in my house con la wife before she left, living con el pinche
Okay, with
plomero.
the fucking plumber.
Called the city of Laredo Utilities Department, and they pissed me off because we had already called them 2 weeks ago, telling them that there was a leak. And 2 weeks ago, we dijeron que no,
They
que
said
no
that
había
no.
leak, que there's some aquifer under my house
That there wasn't
that's
any.
leaking water, y que it's
And it
natural
was.
water, groundwater, there's nothing they can do about it. Okay, so 2 weeks, y ahora está saliendo un chingo de agua. So I called the fucking utilities department. Otra vez, sir, usted sabe, la tiene arreglada, quién sabe qué. Le dije, oye, por favor, he hadn't even opened the manhole. I said, can you please check it? He checked it, lo agarró la pump, sacó el agua, he's all like, oh, sir, si tiene
He
una
got the
culpa.
pump and got the water out.
Like I fucking told you people
No,
2 weeks
sir, it
ago.
doesn't have a leak.
So the house was leaking for over a month, and then, que el plomero según da mañana.
Supposedly the plumber will go tomorrow to fix it. That's why I told my wife, go to San Antonio and I'll stay here.
What time did your wife leave San Antonio?
And the damn plumber finishes.
And she called you and tell you that
That she had arrived over there already.
No sabes más o menos qué es that.
Yes.
I don't know.
And then so you just stayed at the house, you didn't go out?
I stayed there drinking.
That's pretty much it.
So your truck was in Laredo somewhere else and wasn't your truck? Or do you remember?
I was drinking beer.
Did you take an extra pill tonight?
Extra?
More than you should have?
No, I take 8 pills per day, but that's my prescribed dosage, prescribed medication.
What were you drinking? Like 3 years. How much did you have earlier?
Maybe 6 tollies.
No, I have nothing over for you.
Well, how much is it?
Technically, you probably go over those 6 dollars.
A while ago, maybe. A while ago.
So you had them at the house? So like I said, if there's video of you in your truck, out of your house, you have no recollection.
I was at home drinking.
I go to the gas station, take a piss, come out, just 2 guys running AR-15.
So you don't remember going to your house all the way across town to go take a piss at a Laredo, knowing that there's probably like you passed like 100 stores between your house and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Has that ever happened to you? No te acuerdas
That you don't remember what you did?
Has your wife ever? Okay, I'm using this like an exaggeration. Has your wife ever said, "Oye, sabes qué? Anoche que salimos
You know
con los
what?
camaradas
Last
de
night
Mexico
we
y
went
que
out
she
with our
was there,
friends.
No,
Oh, okay.
my wife, no, she doesn't go out at all.
Okay.
Well, he didn't her, but you
Right.
Oh,
Right.
No.
Nothing.
That's I know my drinking is a problem, which is
But you said you got
Then you
worse
say-
when you went to the VA.
yeah, I got worse. Was
Well,
fucking back then I was just drinking chingo.
A lot.
Like fucking 18 packs per day. Y no me levantaba con cruda.
And I didn't
nada,
wake up with a
nada,
hangover or
go
anything.
to the fucking gym, whatever. But then I started taking these fucking pills, and it says you gotta cut back on the alcohol. So I stopped buying 18 packs to cut back.
And now I'm an idiot.
I guess that's
And
what happened. I mixed the tollies with the pills, even though they're not narcotics, they're not painkillers, so it's not like morphine or anything. It's something completely different.
Right.
Where do you buy your tollies today? Where do you get them?
At
Where do I fucking buy them?
en el where the fuck did I buy them? fucking remember these. Y en el tanque, el diesel, en el, cruzar la calle de Walmart, Murphy Express.
It is?
Yes.
What, how many?
Two.
Bud Light, right?
Yes.
¿La razón o somebody else?
Were you alone or? I was by myself.
And you were cruising. And then you were cruising.
I think I went back to my house, to be honest with you.
Did you call anybody?
Not. No.
Are we gonna see any calls? Any calls that you made that you said,
Just,
No, there isn't anything.
some coworkers. And,
Do you remember who the coworker was that just called you?
yeah, they were calling me like crazy.
Okay.
Girl Gabby Nunez called me.
Okay.
And she was, I know she was with someone.
Uh-huh.
Ortiz, where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
When was this?
This was earlier.
But she BP?
Yeah, she
Okay.
She, I know she was writing it down, or she was being recorded, or probably pinging my phone or something.
Why would they be picking you for?
I don't know. She kept saying, "Where are you? Where are you?" And then I told her, "Write this down."
Okay.
And then she goes, like you could tell Kelly had.
There was something there.
Okay, whatever.
Okay. So nomás out of the blue, te digo, hey, where are you? Where are you? Right? ¿Y qué le dijiste when she wrote it down?
I gave her my wife's description of the vehicle. I said, "Can someone please fucking call her and tell her not to come to Laredo?"
Okay.
Did you call someone from work before that happened? Did you call someone and prompt her that maybe prompted someone at work to call you all this?
No.
She just called you out of the blue?
So Gabby called you, and then you told her, tell my wife please not to come to Laredo.
Yeah.
Okay, why would you do that to Gabby?
Because I was laying in the bed of a pickup truck, waiting for you guys to go there.
Okay.
So
When was this?
this was tonight.
Before we got you?
Yeah, like 2 minutes before you guys got.
So one of your agents tried calling you?
Yes, sir.
To try and locate you?
Te dijeron why we're trying to
Told
locate
you.
you?
Yes, I know.
Oh, damn, I already know.
Se me hizo mucha coincidencia that everyone from work was calling me.
To me as a coincidence.
A bunch of missed calls.
How many calls do you think you got in this call?
Not much.
Okay.
They were calling nonstop.
And why didn't you answer? Why didn't you answer?
Okay, I was laying down in the back of a truck waiting to get my face smashed in. So.
But that didn't happen, right? You didn't get shot. It could have been a lot worse.
Were you talking right now?
What took so long?
Well, you know why?
There's cameras in the parking lot.
Really?
The troopers knew I wasn't armed. That's why they didn't shoot me when I was running.
You were all over the place.
I ran from the gas station to the fucking parking lot. I ran up the stairs and I got in the bed of a pickup truck. That's all I did.
Pues it could have been easier. You say, hey, aquí estoy.
Hey, I'm here.
Pues sí, I mean, that.
So
For the
yes.
record, I outran two troopers. And I'm fat as fuck, so in my mouth, and I outran 2 troopers, bro. So.
Pues sí, pero pues eran de
Yes,
They were
well,
like,
well,
wait, it's
it's-
like you running your uniform and Sam Brown and everything.
And they shot at me twice, and they missed.
Pero not with a rifle,
No,
right?
con la taser.
Okay, con la taser.
With
So,
Are you sure they didn't hit you?
I'm positive.
Okay. Pero también.
but also,
Well, come on, dude.
Right.
You shot those things, don't you? Yeah, they're not that accurate.
Right. Well, y acuérdate que you're running on adrenaline, so, you know, ese adrenaline, it kicks in and you're off like a bala.
bullet.
How many times have you ran after a group and you wonder what they're on because they're flying? When you run.
That's what I learned from them is never stop running and you won't get caught. I stopped running, so I got caught. I did not follow their...
But eventually, I mean, there's gotta come a dead end. I mean, you run, pero, como dices tú, ya
You
sabíamos.
say, we already knew.
Right. Right.
You already knew. Okay.
What kind of boots you wear?
At work or at home?
On the ones you wear today.
Oh, let me put
today I
some
wore
ones. That's,
the
I don't even know what brand. Oh yeah, double H ranch boots.
Did you go to ranch today or no?
or not.
Ranch? No.
You weren't at a ranch? No, you weren't at a ranch? So for the most part, you were just in Laredo.
Pretty much.
When you transferred to Laredo from San Antonio, right? Because of a promotion.
Yes, 3 years ago.
And you went straight to the big?
No,
So what station were you working at?
Laredo North.
North. Okay. So that was your duty station, Laredo North.
Yes.
Okay. Now Laredo North, corre, what? Is it the checkpoint?
Correct checkpoints.
And
Pretty
then-
much a checkpoint.
Okay. And then how much from the checkpoint? Because I know se mete west.
West intersects
What's the cutoff? The west, e, north.
of
The cutoff, the west to
The-
north, I'm not sure where Mines Road meets the end of the pavement.
Okay.
Hasta la madre.
So that's west.
way out over there.
That's Laredo West.
Okay. Okay. E,
And
when does north go all the way by
over
west?
there.
Right now they're
Towards-
doing, they're covering zone 4 and zone 3, so they go hasta el pinche,
Fucking-
Chapote Mesa Road.
Okay. That's pretty far.
Yeah.
And cuando you transferred to Laredo acá north, you were just a field agent or
Over here.
canine or what were you? Ah, you're my canine. I'm sorry.
Yeah, supervisor.
Okay.
That was mostly at the checkpoint and mobile. And
What's the bubble?
desk admin shit. That's pretty much all I did when I was there. Hasta que me pusieron en el targeted enforcement unit.
Okay. Who was your supervisor cuando estabas en
when you were at
Pues I guess you can say Juan C. Rivera.
You know, eventually you got sent to the big.
I put in for a detail a little bit.
Because nobody wants to put into the big.
No, you want to take it out
I thought it was
of
something else.
something better. And
Right.
That's how it was.
Yeah. I think most of the guys put in for it because I guess it's the steady hours, ¿verdad?
Right.
Most of the hours.
Yes.
Who was the supervisor at the big?
I've had a bunch. I have to choose one. Rick Benavides is the current one right now.
Okay. And you said you were on, I guess, on the list, getting ready to promote again, or no?
Or not.
See? So, what were you going to promote to?
It wasn't going to be a promotion. It was going to be a lateral reassignment to SDPA until. I'm pretty sure I was going to get it.
But what's that?
Monday?
What's that?
Supervisor, Border Patrol Agent, Dash Intelligence.
Which would be where?
Ahí, en
Oh, right there?
Sí.
So you would be,
So it's not like Laredo North or.
right,
No.
so you would be there at sector?
Yeah.
Whose position were you taking over?
A guy that just transferred to DC.
who was he?
Patterson.
But you weren't going to be in front sector, right? You were going to be inside the
Yeah, the second floor.
second floor, okay. And you didn't go hunting today?
I haven't got nothing. It's too damn hot to go hunting.
Rangers.
Yeah,
Do you know how you got blood on your boots?
blood on my boots. I have no idea how I got blood on my boots.
No, there's some blood on your boots.
Which one, the right or the left?
Right. Is that where you were running?
Monday?
Is that why you were running?
No, I had no idea until you guys told me that there was blood on the boots.
But that wasn't the reason you were running, right?
No.
Have you ever run before?
Run? Track?
No, pero like this.
But
Oh, no.
Are you sure there's nothing else you want to get off your chest?
I'd like to talk about what happened earlier. I really would.
Okay.
I really would. And,
Well, if you're right, como dijiste tú.
you were
You
squared away.
previously said.
You are squared away. You look squared away to me.
You might be going through some stuff right now that I can't relate to, like I said.
And I can't.
But we're talking, you're talking fine. I mean, you're not unraveled, you're not lucid behavior, you're not. But I understand that you're going through some stuff, and I understand that. But I do want to talk to you about what happened earlier today. And I want to talk to you about some other stuff too. And I'd like to know if you know why you're here. I don't need you. You're telling us we should know why you're here, but you don't have any idea why you're here. No idea. Did you pick anyone up earlier?
That I recall? No.
Okay. Well, you did. You picked someone up earlier.
Picked up somebody earlier.
Okay. We didn't, we're not your backup. And we want to get your side of the story. You're a family man. You're very obviously not a bad person. We understand that you go through some stuff that sometimes other people aren't going to understand. And I'm asking you to explain some of the stuff that happened and why you feel like you need to keep referring to us like we should know this and we should know that. I'm not going to play around. I'm not going to pretend I know something I don't. I don't know what you're referring to when you say that. But I do know you picked someone up earlier. That I do know.
Where?
Huh?
Where?
I don't know where you picked her up, but I know you picked someone up earlier.
They took your house.
I know you took her to your house. She was able to describe your house, your address, the inside of your house, your backyard, describe you by name. Yeah, not only that, but like we said, I mean, it'd be kind of hard to say, that's not my truck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the video. And that's not me at this gas station. That's not me here. And that's why we want to talk to you.
What gas station?
What happened earlier? What happened?
Which gas station? Which one?
Pick one. Pick one.
Murphy's.
Not the Murphys. Pick another one. Pick one of the other ones you went to.
I don't know.
Well, I can tell you when you went to.
Okay.
The one by Laredo North Station, the ones there by McPherson and Webb County.
Okay.
Can you explain to us what happened in there?
I don't recall anything being there. I don't remember anything.
Okay. You were there.
Okay.
And you were there with somebody you knew. Somebody you picked up before, somebody you talked to before, somebody who knew you by name. Yeah. Say something got out of hand. A little bit of a disagreement in there in the car. And that's why we're here. So,
Among other things.
So can we get to that? What happened with that person in the car?
I don't recall anything.
I'm pretty sure you do, and I'm betting that's why when the troopers, that's why we were looking for you. We were looking for you because of what happened to you at the gas station, and I'm pretty sure that when you saw the troopers, you knew that.
They were pointing a rifle at me.
You know, I've been stopped by cops too, and I'm one myself, and they've mistaken my car for something else. I've been stopped by BP before, and they've mistaken my car for other stuff, and I never ran.
So you guys went to my house already?
Huh?
You guys went to my house already?
But
you worked in some before, you know what we gotta do is get your phone.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for you to say that you weren't there when you're at that location that you should be calling.
Right. What happened with that girl? What's up with that? What?
Did she piss you off? Did she rob you?
I don't know anything what you guys are talking about.
Thank you, and I think that's why you ran. That's not why you ran. You just ran because the trooper pointed a gun at you and told you to stop. You don't think that sounds kind of funny?
I think it's funny that I go piss at a gas station and I come out and I got two troopers pointing weapons at me.
Have you ever done that while you're working? Show up on someone who you've been looking at and you draw on them and tell them to stop?
Así como ellos
You're
dicen.
saying? No. But have you ever stopped anyone when they're coming out of somewhere they're not expecting you?
I've only done that when I'm going to arrest them. I know for sure I'm going to arrest them. When I would go into a stash house y miramos todo el bar,
We would see all
hold out because you don't know what's going to come out. But as far as like randomly going up to a gas station and pointing a gun, I'm like, no.
Well, we told you it was random. It wasn't random. You were.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you've done it, and you every time you've done that, you hope these people don't run because you know you're gonna have to go after them, right? So you ran. So naturally they're going to chase you. You wouldn't expect anything other than that, right? And here we are.
Okay.
So I'm telling you, and I think we both know, there's no doubt in my mind about the pickup. We know that happened. We know where he went. We know he went to a gas station by Arkansas, picked up some tall boys that were there. We know he went to a gas station by Arkansas and picked up some tall boys. We know that. We're not even debating that. We're not even going to discuss that because that's behind us. That already happened and we know it. We know you went back to your house.
Arkansas.
Gas station.
All right.
And we know you went back to your house.
Okay.
And you took the young lady into your house. She knew you. You knew her. It wasn't the first time you met her. It wasn't the first time you talked to her. Just at this time, things went a little bit different. What happened?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't even know I was in Arkansas. So, yeah, that's news to me right there.
Okay.
In Arkansas,
What should I know then? When you tell me you should know, what is it that I should know that you think I should know?
Arkansas is not even about the house, and
I know
no
that.
reason
That's
to
why-
be buying beer in Arkansas.
That's why we're asking.
Right. So,
And so by that token, so something else. I mean, you got a bathroom at your house, right?
yeah.
Well, so what were you doing with something else? Well, that's something else. We'll get there.
But you keep saying that you all know.
So
What do we know?
I'm telling you what I know, but you're telling me I should know something. So what is it? What are you trying to say?
I don't know. I'm trying to. You saying I was in Arkansas? That's news to me. I had no idea I was in Arkansas. You say that I was at a gas station by New Laredo North. That's actually pretty damn close to my house. I would actually go there every single time I go to work.
You went today?
Las cashiers ya me conocían.
They knew me. Already
So
knew me.
that's not out of the ordinary.
You were there earlier this evening,
Wow, that's-
and we had a little bit of an incident there.
Okay.
And
What
we're talking
time?
about
What
that.
time was this?
What time was it?
Yeah.
Not too far before you showed up at that gas station.
Because the last I remember, I filled up my diesel tank at Murphy's across the street from Walmart.
And we can check.
No, that's the end of disc one.
I'm gonna go ahead and excuse the jury for lunch. It's almost 1 o'clock, so we'll be on lunch break until 2:15. I'll ask you to be back at 2:15, please. And I'll remind you not to discuss facts of the case or watch any news accounts regarding this case. Thank you.
All right to the jury.
Unless you'll be back here by 2:15 as well. They walk out, yes. I'll ask the attorneys to be back by 2:15 as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. On the record or off? All right. We'll go on the record.
Mic on?
the defense ready? State ready?
Stay ready.
You have your witnesses ready?
Yes, you too.
Okay, well, let's bring the jury in and then we'll...
I'll make the announcement.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right.
All rise for the jury.
Set. It's green. Testing, testing. Working. Testing, testing. I'll try it again. Sit down.
Oh, wow. Let's see.
You may be seated. Testing, testing. Better.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, we would request the opportunity to present Mr. David Nenke. He is one of the state's witnesses and CSI officer. He has a medical condition, but we're asking that he be allowed to go out of order.
Yes, sir. You may.
State calls David Nenke.
Is there, we have access over here or not? I thought if you had it listed, I think you have to choose from there too, I don't know. Who's Mr. Medina? No, we don't need to go there anymore.
All right.
But you may be seated for now, sir. I'll throw you in sitting down. Good afternoon, sir. Can you raise your right hand, sir? This should be found the testimony going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, sir.
Test, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Let's go to the mic. Soft voice, yeah. Great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you please say your name for the record?
Victor David Nenke Jr.
Okay, and Mr. Nenke, what do you currently do?
I'm assigned to the CID division, Criminal Investigation Division. I'm an investigator, and I also in charge of the property room.
Okay, and Mr. Nenke, I'm going to ask you to speak up a little closer to that mic or pull the mic forward.
Can you hear me there?
Yeah, great. Okay, and for what department do you work for?
The Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, how long have you been working for the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
Total about 21 years.
Okay, how long have you been in the position that you're currently in that you just told me about?
CID since like 2015.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do in your capacity at CID?
I work investigations right now, burglaries and thefts, and I also in charge of the property room. So all the evidence that comes in, I process it, log it into the system, and send it off to the lab if it needs to go.
Okay, Mr. Nickett, you said you're in charge of the evidence. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that entails?
Every morning I get to the office, I go in, I see how many lockers are taken. I have a master key. All the keys are dropped in a special locker where nobody else has access but myself. I take out the keys, start taking out the evidence, and take it to my office, process it, put tags on it. If it needs to go to the lab, I prepare a lab VPS lab submittal, and later on during the day, either myself or Sergeant Castillo drop it off at DPS.
And, you just mentioned Deputy Castillo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He is your what?
He's my sergeant there in property.
Okay. And does he assist you there at the property room?
Yes, sir. Sometimes he does.
Would he also be a custodian of the evidence?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you in? You know why you're here today? Do you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the case of against Juan David Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in this case back in September of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, back in September of 2018, aside from being the custodian of evidence, what other duties did you have?
I would work I assisted in the crime scene, recovering of evidence at the crime scenes.
Okay, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is exactly that you would do based on your training and experience in evidence collection at these crime scenes?
Depending on what it is, we collect it, and if it's like a casing or a bullet, we'll pick it up, take pictures. We'll put a cone, take pictures, pick it up, put it in an evidence bag, put the case number, the time, the date, what it is, where we recovered it, and seal it.
Okay, is there anything else that goes onto these packages that are sealed?
Just whatever's on the label, we fill it in.
Okay, this label that you just mentioned, where do you get that label from?
It's already on the evidence bags.
Okay, is there a printout label that you guys do?
That's when I log it in to the system when I get to the office. Once it's logged in, I print out a label and I stick it on there.
Okay, and do these labels have that same information you just said?
Yes, it'll have whatever we saved onto the case number, it prints it out and we tag it there.
Okay, do these labels in addition have a barcode of some sort?
Yes.
Or is this, because I heard the other day this generic barcode. Is a barcode generic?
No, we have a gun that you can actually scan it with.
So each one of these barcodes is unique?
Yes.
Okay, and that scan, what does that scan reveal to you?
It should scan the information there.
And where would that information end up being?
In the computer.
Okay. Was that done in this case?
It was logged in and put on the bag. The evidence log, the evidence tag is stuck onto the bags, and then they're put away in the back in the evidence room.
Okay. Now we had Deputy Castillo here the other day, and we went through some of the evidence, and he explained how it got up here. And you weren't the one that transported this evidence here today,
No,
right?
sir.
Okay. September 2018. Do you remember your involvement specifically in this case?
Which one? There was 4 or 5.
So let's start from the first one. What was the first time you were involved in this case?
I was called out to the first one, for case number 2018-1405. I went to assist Investigator Ugarte.
Okay, and who is Investigator Ugarte?
He was my partner back in 2018 in property and evidence.
Okay, and let's be a little specific, because you said you had 2 duties. You were custodian of the evidence and also
An investigator.
Right, like CSI. I
CSI.
guess, right? Was Ugarte your partner in CSI, or was he a custodian of the evidence?
Both.
Okay,
Yeah.
so at that time he also had dual
Yeah,
roles.
he also had.
At that time, how many CSI and custodian of evidence were there?
Just me and Ugarte.
Okay, was anyone helping you out during that period? Was there a trainee?
Brandon Stern helped us out during that time.
Okay, at how many scenes, if you're aware, did Brandon Stern help you out in?
He went with one. He went with me, and I believe he helped Investigator Ugarte and some of them.
Okay, when Brandon Stern was there helping you, what, if anything, did you do with him?
He was just there with me. I was the one that recovered the casings, put the cones, took the pictures, and he was there assisting me.
All right. So let's talk about that first one that we were going into. What did you see when you first arrived?
At that case, the one
you just
1464.
Yes.
The crime scene was already secured by Ranger. I believe his name was Randy Garcia from Cotula, and he had already photographed. So he told me where the casings were at. So we put the cones, took pictures, and recovered the 3 casings. I believe it was 3 casings and 2 fragments.
And what was the location of this one, if you remember?
It was, I believe, the 24-mile marker on the bottom towards the west side.
When you say at the bottom of
Bottom of the overpass. Like you got off the highway, you went under the underpass. It was off to the side.
Okay, and where was the body located?
It was right there, I think, on the roadway.
On the roadway under the overpass?
Outside the overpass.
Okay. What mile marker?
I believe it was a 24-mile marker.
Okay, what highway?
IH-35.
Okay, and what county?
Webb County.
Okay, and is that within where this body was located? Was that within Laredo or outside?
Outside Laredo.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you a series of photographs here. And you let me know if you recognize these photos. Okay. I'm going to mark this first one as State's Exhibit 118. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize that photograph?
That's the crime scene that I went to at the 24-mile marker.
Did you take that photo?
I don't recall. I might have.
But you were there at that scene?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you saw when you arrived there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and hand me that one back.
Speaking of mine. No, not.
Excuse
me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I'm marking now as State's Exhibit 119. Same question, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that's one of the casings.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and hand me that back as well. I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 120. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you viewed on that day as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and hand me that one back. I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 121, 122, 123. With 121, do you recognize that photograph?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about 122? Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what was shown or what you saw that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 123. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you viewed on that night as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and hand me those back. Let me show you State's Exhibit 124. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Here's State's Exhibit 125. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to mark 126 and 127, State's Exhibit. I'm showing you 126 and 127. Do you recognize those two photographs?
Yes, sir.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hand me those back. I'm going to go ahead and mark these as 128, 129, and 130. State's Exhibits 128, 129, and 130. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 128?
Yes, sir.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 129?
Yes, sir.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 130. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and hand me those back. I'm going to hand to Defense Counsel State's Exhibit 118 to 130 for an addressing.
To 118 through 130.
And State wishes to admit State's Exhibits 118 to 130 at this time.
Yes. State's Exhibits 118 through 130 will be admitted into evidence at this time for the jury's consideration.
And may I publish to the jury?
You may.
And quick disclaimer to the audience and media present that some of these may be graphic, so just a forewarning. Real quick.
Mr. Perez? Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. All right. So let's go ahead and go through these. Now I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 118. You just testified that you have recognized this photo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified earlier that you went out to the scene and you encountered Trooper Randy Garcia already securing the scene and the body under the overpass. Is this
Yes.
the way you, when you first got
Yes.
there, the body appeared?
Yes, sir. As Ranger Randy Garcia.
Okay. Now we see here in the photos these little orange circles. What is that? What exactly is that for the members of the jury?
I believe that's when the Ranger arrived. He marked it with a spray paint.
Did he move any of that stuff?
No, sir.
Okay. Why did he mark it?
Just so we know where it's at and nobody will step on it. The scene was already secured with crime scene tape, I believe.
Okay, but you were the only ones that picked up those physical pieces
Yes.
of evidence. Okay. I'm going to show you what's has been marked as State's Exhibit 119, and it's a close-up of one of these. Is that what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what that is?
It's a casing, 40 cal.
A casing? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 120. Is that the same thing?
Yes, sir. That's I believe, a bullet fragment. Oh, no, it's a casing. Yes, I can see it.
Yeah, it's hard to see, but do you see it there?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Sorry, bearings are off. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 122. Let me go in order. What's been marked as State's Exhibit 121. Okay. Is that also how you encountered the body?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you remember off the top of your head, how many casings were around the body?
I believe there were 3.
Okay. Did you recover all 3 of these casings?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 122. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The way the position of the body is, was that the way you found it?
Yes.
Okay. You never moved the body?
I didn't touch the body, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 125. Can you explain, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what that is?
That's the victim's hand. It has a tattoo.
Okay. And in what position is her hand?
Like facing off. She was
Like, how would you describe how her hand was when she passed away, I believe?
she stayed with her hand closed.
Okay. Would you say it's clenched, like a fist?
Yeah, right.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 126, which appears to be a close-up. Okay. Is that one of your markers?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. But-
Might have belonged to the Ranger.
Okay. But those markers are placed there for what purposes?
That's the casing, to mark the casing.
Show you State's Exhibit 127. Same question.
Same thing.
Same thing? Okay, now so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 129, which gives you a little bit more of a layout of how the crime scene was. We see 3 markers and 3 circles in orange, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that where the casings were found. They weren't moved.
No, they weren't moved. That's where they were at.
Okay. Permission to publish the other two bits at the bench conference.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you, Investigator Naked, so we can give the jury a context. But I'm showing you State's Exhibit 130. Okay, it's already been admitted into evidence. Okay. Can you describe what you're seeing in that photo?
It looks like the fragment. It's too far.
Okay, and what do we see there?
A lot of blood. And
You
some,
need to speak in the mic.
a lot of blood, and then the blood was already been there for a while.
Okay, who, if anyone else, is in there?
I believe that's a Brandon Stern.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 123. You can go ahead and explain that to the jury as well.
That's already when the medical examiner arrived and they turned the body over.
Okay, and do they usually move the body and stuff like that?
Yes, they're the ones. We don't touch the body till the medical examiner arrives.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand to the jury for their inspection State's Exhibit 130, State's Exhibit 123. Investigator Naked, moving on. Is that the only crime scene that you went to?
I went to the last one, or Janelle's crime scene.
Okay, let's back up. Do you remember outing Webb?
Yes,
Okay. Did you go to that crime scene?
not to the crime scene.
Where did you go in that case?
I was sent to the hospital
Okay, why were you sent to the hospital?
to take photographs, and to take photographs.
Okay, were you ordered by someone to go out there and take
My
photographs?
Captain Calderon.
Okay, and when you arrived, what was the state of Miss Luera?
She had already passed away.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibits 131, 132, and 133. Showing you State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that the photograph you took at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 132. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day as well?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 133. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
When these photos were taken, had Miss Luetta already expired?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm tendering the defense counsel State's Exhibits 131 to 133 for any objection.
Now we approach.
State wishes to admit State Exhibit 131 and 132,
State's exhibits 131 and 132 will be admitted into evidence.
and 133 withdrawn.
Yeah.
133.
Yes, sir, withdrawn. And permission to publish these to the jury. And same announcement as before, Your Honor. Are these fine to publish on the Omo?
Based on what you all represented to me yesterday, as far as having informed certain people, yes, you may.
Okay, let's hear your name. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. Can you identify the individual in this photo?
That's Miss Claudine Loera.
Okay, is this the condition you found, Ms. Loera, when you went to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm showing you State's Exhibit 132. Same question, is this the condition you found, Ms. Loera?
Yes, sir.
Now, from the hospital, so let me backtrack on that. What was that day, if you remember?
Can I look at my notes?
Would it help you refresh your memory?
Yes.
Take a look at your notes. Go ahead.
September 13, 2018, sir.
What, if anything, happened after that? Or you know what, let me backtrack. At about what time were you sent out to the hospital to go and take those photos?
It was approximately 8 in the morning.
Okay. Were you at the Webb County substation when Mr. Ortiz was brought in for questioning?
I think I was still there, yes.
Okay. Did you sit down and watch that interview in a separate room with other investigators?
No, sir.
Okay. Where were you at that time?
I was inside the patrol room.
Okay. Where's your main office? Investigator Nenke. Where do you usually office out of?
My office is on Highway 59.
Okay. And is that the substation that we're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about? Okay. And what else is the evidence room in that same substation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At about this point, how long had you been up?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
Just stay.
So we went. We identified that you were at Guisela's crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the only crime scene in which you recovered evidence?
I assisted also in the case number 1470.
Okay, and 1470 is which case number?
I believe it's the one with Miss Erica Peña and the search warrant.
Okay, and when you talk about the search warrant, where was the search warrant executed at?
I believe it was. Can I look at my notes?
Will it help refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
.204. .204 Burr Oak.
Okay, and whose house did that belong to?
Mr. David Ortiz.
Now, at that location, what was your role and duties?
Crime scene, recovery of evidence, photographs with Investigator Ugarte.
Okay, at that time, what, if any, physical evidence that you recovered?
We recovered some firearms, ammunition. I think we recovered some trash from the trash cans.
In addition to recovering physical evidence, what else did you do there?
We photographed the scene, the house.
Okay. When you were photographing the house, had anything been moved?
No, sir.
Okay, so the photographs that you took were of the house at the condition when you guys entered?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm gonna, permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Now, while remembering these, let me ask you some procedure questions. When you receive evidence and it needs to be sent out to a lab, what is your what's the procedure that you do to go ahead and ensure that gets taken care of?
It was, first of all, we log it in. It has to be in our system, so when it goes to wherever it's going, it's logged out. That way there's chain of custody. And once it's already, we prepare it, depending on how many items are going to go. We put it in a box, an envelope, just depends what it is. And once all that's done, either myself or back then, Investigator Ugarte would transport it to the crime lab.
Was any of that done in this case?
On certain items, yes.
Okay. Who decides which items get sent to the lab?
Whoever's the lead investigator.
Okay, so you don't decide which ones go sent.
The lead investigator tells us what they want us to send.
Okay, and then you're the one in charge of actually taking that evidence, securing it, and sending it out to whichever lab
Yes,
it
sir.
corresponds to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When that evidence is then sent back, who recovers that?
Whoever, because usually it'll be like, we'll go take something to the lab and they'll tell us we have this evidence there, and then we bring it back.
And we, is it usually you?
Either me or Ugarte back then, and right now it's me or Sergeant Castillo.
Okay. Once it's brought back, where does it go?
It gets logged back into the system and put back where it goes.
Okay, now, Deputy Castillo testified yesterday that there's a secure system there. Can you describe that system to ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Our system is we have the evidence room has a keypad, and only myself and Sergeant Castillo have the code. We go in and we put it back, depending what in this case, since it's a major case, it's separate and it's all put together in boxes by case number.
Okay, let's talk about those case numbers. In this case, how many case numbers were there?
1405, 1453, 1464, 1465, 1475, sir.
Okay, and why was it divided into 5 cases?
Because each was a different incident, a different crime scene.
Okay, and so the evidence is based on the where it's recovered.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and all that is kept separate from one another.
Yes, it's since in this case it was the same case, like all together, but they're separate by case number.
Okay, and who's in charge of that?
Me.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now we talked that you went to the house on Burrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you a series of photographs showing what's been marked as States Exhibits 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, and 144. Okay, I'm going to ask you individually, but in States Exhibit 134, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the photo that was taken that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Same question for States Exhibit 135. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 136. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 137. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 138. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States Exhibit 139. Same question. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 140. Fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States Exhibit 141. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 142. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
And States Exhibit 143 and 144. There's fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day in both of those photographs.
Yes, sir.
Hand those back to you. I'm going to hand over to defense counsel for any objections. States Exhibits 134 and 144. 134, 135, and we'll reserve State's Exhibits 136.
Okay. Well, State's Exhibit 134 and 135, first of all, will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Judge. And then State's Exhibits 136 and 144 through 144 will reserve to bring in through another witness. Permission to publish State's Exhibits 134 and 135, Your Honor.
Granted.
Okay. Can you describe, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 134. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is they're seeing here?
That is the 204 Burr Oak. That's the residence that we had the search warrants for.
Okay, and whose home is that?
Mr. David Ortiz.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 135. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're seeing in this photograph?
It's the same house, just the garage photo,
Okay.
the driveway.
Did the other two deputies that you mentioned earlier, Ugarte and Stern, were they with you when you went into this house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, we spoke that you recovered 3 casings from Huiselda scene, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You have permission to use the wall of the gallery here? I'm going to show you 4 packages with 3 of these are marked as State's Exhibits 52, 53, and 54. But they came in this package. And I'm going to mark this one for the record purposes. I'm going to mark this as State's Exhibit 145. So, State's Exhibit 145, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. That's a return from DPS.
Okay. Now, without going into what it is, let me just answer one by one with some of my questions. These. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 52?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 54?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you want to handle it back to me. We're talking about State's Exhibit 145. Now you can go ahead and explain to me what it is that we're seeing on State's Exhibit 145.
This is the envelope that DPS returns it when we send it off to the lab.
Okay. And is this one of your envelopes?
I don't think so, because it would have one of these tags on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that's from DPS.
It's from DPS, and it has the logo on it.
Okay. And you had explained to us earlier that they send that back to you.
They send it back. When we go drop off something, they'll say that they have evidence to return, and they give it back to us.
Okay. And then these 3 items were within that bag. And these items and this are your packaging.
This is ours, yes.
Okay. Now, let me show you State's Exhibit 52. How do you recognize that item?
The tag right here, it says what it is.
Okay, and you had testified earlier that you had recovered 3 casings from the scene in Guiseldas, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that information reflected on that package? A case number, a name?
It has the case number right here.
Okay, is there some...
Where it was located,
Okay.
the location, and the date and time.
Now, is there an identifying mark that you yourself put on that package to show that it was yours?
Right here where we sealed it.
Okay.
Right, in this case, Ugarte sealed it.
Okay, and you recognize that how?
It's JM, those are his initials right there.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and open that. Well, let's wait on that. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53. So, same question. How do you recognize what's in that?
It's on the label, 140 cal casing, number 2. It has a case number here, the case number on the tag, the date and time, and what it is, .40 caliber spent casing.
Okay, and is there an identifying mark there that shows that it is yours, or that it was recovered by you?
On this one, right here, it's one of my names where I checked it in
Okay, and that's in what again?
on the evidence tag when I logged it in.
Okay,
I'm the checking in officer, and I'm the property officer, and then it's right here, it says that it was recovered.
okay, and these, let me show you State's Exhibit 54. Same question, can you identify State's Exhibit 54?
It's number 3. It's a .40 caliber casing, case number, the date and time, the .40 caliber spent casing, and it was sealed by Investigator Ugarte.
Okay, now, are these items still sealed?
Yes, right now they are.
Okay, when something is opened and then resealed, what do you do to ensure the integrity of the evidence?
I will, if I have to open it, I'll use right here. I'll open it right here, and then I'll put another evidence tape like this, initial it, and date it
And where do you initial it?
on the edge right here, where that way if the seal's broken, you'll see where they tore it off or something.
Okay, so you initial on the tape itself.
On the tape and on the envelope or box, whatever it is.
And the purpose of that again was?
So if anybody tries to open it, you'll see where it opens. So it'll be like,
Okay, and so from what you can see in those packages, let me ask you this, did those get sent to the lab?
yes,
Okay, how do you know that?
because it has the lab right here.
Okay.
And it has the sticker right here from the lab.
Okay.
The lab number, submission number.
And is that present in all three of the exhibits I showed you,
Yes,
52,
right.
53, and 54?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there any other identifying marks that the lab does or makes on these packages?
Right here, do you see where they have it written down right here?
Right, okay. And is that present on the other two as well?
Yes.
Okay. Does the lab use its own seal?
Yes.
Is it different from the one that you guys use?
Yeah, they have a different, like there's,
So when the lab sends it back to you and they seal it, are you able to tell if it's your seal or their seal?
it's theirs. You
And
can tell,
How can you tell that?
because theirs usually have a different color. Every year the color changes.
Okay. So every year the color changes for the labs?
Every year, like certain years, there'll be different colors.
Okay. And again, these have not been opened since they were brought back from the lab?
No.
Thank you. Your Honor, this time the state wishes to admit State's Exhibit 145, which is simply the packaging in which EPS sent back State's Exhibits 51, 52, 53, and 54. And waiting on the defense on any objections.
We would ask that that they be open and he identify what is in there. The package itself is not the
Right now, there's nothing relevant that's been shown. No relevance.
Your Honor, completely relevant as they are legal. And as his testimony just showed, the integrity of these has been maintained. Opening it within with the integrity thereof, we've already established the last chain of custody, the last link of chain of custody. Mr. Nick is the first link in that chain of custody, and we ask that these be admitted. As a matter of fact, he's actually the last link as well for Mr. Castillo.
He hasn't testified what's in my craft check bars right now. We don't know what's inside.
He totally did, Your Honor.
So I got casing.
Right.
I understand he said what he hasn't said. He hasn't looked in here and said, okay, that's what's in there.
Objection overruled at this time. State's Exhibits 52, 53, 54, and 145 will be admitted in test.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish these items to the jury.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 145. Let me see that. That's better. Now I'm showing you on State's Exhibit 145. There's a green label there that we're seeing that starts with the letters LAR. Is that the Webb County tag?
No, sir.
Whose tag does that belong to?
That belongs to the DPS crime lab.
Okay. This number right here, is that the Webb County number?
No, that belongs to DPS.
Okay. Now we talked about how they have seals that are different than yours. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this the Webb County Sheriff's seal?
That would be ours. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had explained that you sign over the tape and over a piece of this in case it's torn, you can see.
You'll see where they tore it.
Okay. Here at the bottom, there's another seal in which it seems that they had resealed it from where they opened it. Is that your seal?
No, that's the DPS.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit, start with 52. And we had already talked about earlier, this is one of the casings that you had recovered, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've already established that this hasn't been opened, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. It still has the sheriff's seal?
Yes, sir.
It's still in place? It hasn't been torn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Here, there's a signature with a marking here. Okay. Whose is that, if you can recognize it?
I don't recognize it, sir.
Okay, so we'll go back here. Again, the evidence tape here, that's on one of the sheriffs, right?
No, that has to be somebody from the crime lab.
We spoke about a label. Is this the label that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Is this the barcode that you had explained gets printed out automatically through the computer system?
Yes, sir.
Is that barcode unique to each one of these labels?
Yes, and then they have a different tag on the top.
Okay. Included in this tag, what other information, identifying information for this case is there? And if you need me to zoom in, I know it's been blurred a bit.
It has the tag number. It has our case number.
So the tag number,
the description, one casing.
Case number.
And right there I wrote in the time, the number one, the time it was recovered. Then it has the officer that's logging it in. That would be me. And then it has the agency barcode that says Webb County on it.
And this information up here?
That was written in by either myself or that looks like Investigator Ugarte's handwriting or Mr. Stern's.
Okay. And down here, it looks like there's
Investigator Stern.
So, okay, so Investigator Stern was present and helped you recover these items as well?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 53. Same series of questions. Identifying marks on this one?
The case number, the property, the tag number, the .40 caliber casing, the time it was recovered, checked in by me, and then all the other information, the barcode.
Okay, so you're saying check-in officer. Is this what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's me.
And I know it's very blurred. How many years has this been sitting in storage?
Since 2018.
But you can tell that that's yours, right?
Yes, I can see my name right there, sir.
And whose name is that?
Nenke.
Okay. State's Exhibit 54. Same series of questions. Are there identifying marks on this package?
Yeah, it's the tag number, case number, the third casing, the time, and it was logged in by myself, and the barcode, and the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and again, none of this has been open since it's gotten back from the lab, aside from the packaging in which it came in.
Yes, sir.
Put in the packaging. Was this the only crime scene that you yourself processed?
I helped Investigator Ugarte. Him and myself worked on the search warrant at the house.
But in terms of where the individual bodies were found?
That basically, yeah.
That's the only one that you actually went and...
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about items that were recovered from the victims themselves? Clothing, bullet fragments, stuff like that?
The clothing goes with the bodies to the medical examiner's office. Then once the Dr. Stern is done with whatever she does over there, they call us and we go pick up the clothing and whatever else she turns in.
Okay, is there some sort of receipt or documentation that shows that somebody recovered that evidence?
We usually sign a form there, and they'll take out everything to make sure that everything's there.
Okay, and was that done in this case?
Yeah, it's done in all cases.
Okay, I'm going to show you 4 documents. Mr. Gironenke, I'm going to mark this one as State's Exhibit. Pull it out of this. $146. Do you recognize that document?
That's the form that Dr. Stern gives us to sign.
I'm marking this 146. Okay. How do you recognize that form?
It says Webb County Medical Examiner's receipt of evidence.
Okay, and is it reflective on that form as to who recovered or who brought that evidence back from the medical examiner?
I did, has my name, my signature, the date, the agency, and the phone number to the office.
Okay, so we're going to ask you to give me that one back. I'm going to give you what's now being marked as State's Exhibit 147. Same question. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that one?
Same thing, Webb County Medical Examiner receipt of evidence.
Okay, and on there, is there anything identifying who recovered that evidence?
My name's right there, sir. I recovered it, the date and time, and same information.
Did you sign both of these forms, 146 and 147?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize your signature in both?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you want to hand me back 147? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 148. Same question, what document is that?
It's the same Webb County Medical Examiner's Office receipt of evidence.
Okay, and how are you able to recognize that document?
The same one as the other ones, and I received the evidence.
Okay, and again, is that one signed by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you want to hand me that one back? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 149. Same question, do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
Or that document, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir. It's the Webb County Medical Examiner's receipt of evidence.
And again, how do you recognize that document?
It's the one Dr. Stern gives us when we pick up evidence.
And is there anything on that document that identifies who recovered it?
My name and my signature, date, agency, and phone number.
Now, in addition to that information as to who recovered it, where it's coming from, what other info is on that sheet?
The investigator that's giving it to us.
And you say investigator. What investigator is that?
The ones that work for the medical examiner.
Okay. Now, you want to hand me that one back? I'm going to tender State's Exhibits 146 through 149 to Defense Counsel for any objection.
To 146, 147, 148, 149, Your Honor, is that it's hearsay. There's no exception that they could offer.
Your Honor, these items are not hearsay. Simply the recovered.
You know, approach.
I'm going to ask you a few other questions. These forms that I just showed you, 146, 147, 148, and 149, where are the originals kept of that?
They turned over to the investigator that has the case.
Okay, and that, do you know, well, I guess you wouldn't know at that point where they go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the main investigator would be the one that explains where the originals and that is.
Yes.
And have you ever investigated a case at CID?
Yes.
Okay, and when you turn in your report, are all originals turned over, or are they scanned and a copies turned over?
The originals stay with the original report, depending on what kind of report it is, but they should be scanned and put in the...
So usually what the state gets is scanned copies of the originals.
This one?
Yeah.
No, this is a copy.
Right, that's a copy.
Yeah.
But what we get is usually what, the originals or scanned copies?
Whenever they turn in the report, whatever the investigator puts in.
Okay, that's fine. We're going to re-urge 146, 147, 148, and 149.
Same objections.
You establish where the original or why they're not available.
What?
That's the objection. What's the statement this time?
That's okay. If you remember, did you recover any evidence from the medical examiner's office?
The victim's clothing, if there was any projectiles, they would come in the envelopes inside. She usually takes the fingerprint card, FTA card, fingernail clippings, pubic hair clippings, and a couple of the things that I can't remember offhand, but there are several things that she turns over to us.
Did you recover any projectiles from these bodies?
From where, sir?
From the ME's office, did you recover any
I
projectiles?
believe so.
Okay. And those weren't recovered at the scene, right?
No, the medical examiner turned them over to us.
Okay. Now, in addition to what you recovered at the scene and the stuff that was recovered from the medical examiner's office, what, if anything else, of physical evidence that you yourself recover and put away into evidence?
I remember there being some fragments.
Some fragments?
Bullet fragments.
Okay. Did you ever recover anything related to an automobile?
Not off. Can I look at my notes?
Sure, to refresh your memory there.
Yeah, I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Were you ever given a key to a truck?
That was, yes.
Okay.
That was, but that was another case number.
Okay. Why was there another case number on it?
Because that one was with Erica Peña and the search warrant case number.
Okay. What did you do with that key?
I locked it in a filing cabinet in my office.
Okay. Do you remember who gave you that key?
Captain Calderon.
Okay. Were you able to match that key to a vehicle?
Yes, the
Which vehicle was that?
vehicle.
Which one again? I'm sorry.
The suspect's vehicle.
And what vehicle is that? If you remember.
It's a white Dodge pickup.
Now you said that you're the custodian of evidence there at that substation.
Yes,
Where
sir.
has this white Dodge pickup been the last 4 years since the date of his arrest?
It's parked outside the parking lot.
Is that vehicle still there to this day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has it been moved?
No, sir.
Has it been moved for evidence purposes?
No, sir.
Okay. Were tire impressions taken of this?
I
If
believe
you
so.
know. Okay. Did you ever take anything off of that vehicle?
The left rear tire.
Okay. You yourself pulled the left rear tire?
The tire man from the Webb County Road and Bridge.
Were you present when this
Yes,
was
sir.
done? Okay. Have you seen that tire?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Bench or
To wheel out?
yes.
Now, it's going to be a little hard here. So I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64. Okay, and I guess I'm going to bring it close to you because I usually ask you to step down, but I'm not going to do that today. Can you see from there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Look, this thing's heavy. All right. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this item?
That's the tire I removed from the truck.
Okay, is there a tag or any identifying information on it?
I tagged it right there.
You tagged it right here. Okay, and is that, like you said, is this the tire that came off of that white Dodge that's been in your possession this entire
sir.
time? State wishes to admit to evidence at this time, State's Exhibit 64. Any objections from the...
I didn't hear you say that.
Wish to admit State's Exhibit 64. Sorry, I'm out of order.
Yeah, that's fine.
State's Exhibit 64 at this time.
Well, Judge, we still have, we're still objecting on the legality of the seizure of this truck. So our objection is that at this time, until they establish that the truck was legally seized, which is not coming to trial yet, that it's not admissible at this point, Your Honor.
I believe the court's already made a ruling on that.
Well, yes, your objections noted. Court's ruling stand. At this time, the State's Exhibit number 64. You said 64, right? Yes, is admitted into evidence. Your objections are noted.
Now, Investigator Nick, on the night of the arrest, you mentioned that you were at the substation. Okay, did you participate in any way in the search of the vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay, were you present during the search of the vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay, did you participate in the search at any time after that?
No, sir.
At this time, we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Questions, Your Honor?
You excuse me.
Thank you, sir.
You want to assist them? And make sure there's nothing in the way. You have to press that one also at the same time. Sure. You have to press that one at the same time. You have to figure it out. So yesterday you have to figure out so if we need to have one of the both.
These were the ones that I put up.
Okay.
During the lunch break, Mr. Avila, the statement in front of the defense that there may be
Yes,
another short witness.
Yes, he's ready.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a predicate witness.
Okay, are you ready to call? Who's the witness?
Yes.
Who's the witness?
Ignacio Riojas.
And is he present?
And I got you the-
You see it, Riojas? Was that Riojas? Has not been sworn, right? Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Riojas. My name is Marisela Jackman, for the record.
Good
Would
afternoon.
you please state your full name?
My name is Ignacio Riojas Jr.
And Mr. Riojas, how are you employed?
I'm a district manager for Murphy, USA,
Where is that? In what city?
Laredo, Texas, and part of the lower Rio Grande Valley.
Okay, and how many Murphy's stores do you manage?
A total of 12.
Okay. In those 12, do you manage the Murphy's that is located in Laredo, Texas on International Street?
Yes, I am the district supervisor for that location.
And as a point of reference, is that in front of a Walmart in Laredo, Texas?
That is correct, in front of a Walmart.
What is do you have an identifier for that store?
Yes, it's store number 8718.
Now, do you recall receiving a request from law enforcement back in September of 2018?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And was that a request for assistance in obtaining surveillance, video surveillance for your store?
Yes.
Do you have, and that was for footage that was captured of activity that occurred on Friday, September the 14th, 2018?
That is correct.
Okay. Does the Murphy's store 8718, located on International, have a security surveillance?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And is it capable of recording images of the work areas?
That is correct.
The parking areas?
Yes, ma'am?
Does that include the pumps, the gas pumps?
Yes.
Okay. And is this surveillance, is it videotape or is it digital recording?
It's digital recording.
Okay. Is this digital recording, does it automatically record images on a hard drive or other electronic medium?
Yes, it's on a hard drive.
Okay. And are you able, or do you have the capability to retrieve or duplicate the images, the recorded images, onto a CD or USB?
Yes.
And are you able to specifically request a time frame that is requested of you? For example, in this occasion, the September the 14th of 2018.
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact transfer or duplicate the recorded images from that surveillance, that security surveillance?
Yes, for that date, yes, I did.
Okay. Do you recall the name of the investigator that requested assistance with this?
Ranger Ernesto Salinas?
Okay. And did you provide him with a copy of this surveillance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rojas, I'm giving you what is marked as States Exhibit 150. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a USB.
And have you observed the images on that USB?
Yes, I have.
And how is it that you know that this is the USB that you observed?
It has our store number, our store. Once I was able to see it, I could see my store, everything from the store, from the inside to the outside.
So now, when did you observe the images that are stored in this exact USB?
I viewed it when Mr. Ernesto Salinas asked me to download the information on the USB. He asked for a particular time frame, and I did, and I just ensured that everything that he requested, it was actually downloaded on the USB.
Okay. Now, for clarification purposes, is this the exact USB that you provided to EJ Salinas?
Yes.
Okay. And did you provide any identifiers on this USB so that we would make sure that it is the actual USB that you observed?
Yes, my initials.
Okay. Is it a true and correct and accurate representation of the images from your surveillance camera?
Yes, ma'am.
I now tender State's Exhibit 150 for inspection and offer into evidence.
With our briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Riojas, you stated, I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. Mr. Riojas, you stated that you were requested by Ranger Salinas back in September of 18 to, I guess, download this from your digital hard drive onto this USB?
That is correct.
Okay. And then back in September of 2018, you viewed this USB to make sure that it accurately reflected what it intends to reflect. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do, sir. Yes.
Okay. Have you viewed it since?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And when did you last view it?
I viewed it this morning.
Okay. So that's why the 11/30/22 is here?
That is correct.
And you viewed it in its entirety?
Correct, sir.
And it still accurately depicts that?
Yes, sir.
No objection, Your Honor, to 150.
So since Exhibit 150 was offered, will be admitted into evidence at this time.
Your Honor, I pass the witness.
No, nothing from this witness, Your Honor. No questions.
You sit down. You're excused. Let me ask the attorneys briefly a question. Can you approach just the length of the, or I can ask you from here. What's the length of the next?
Your Honor, we're gonna go back and continue with Captain Calderon, and of course Calderon is through, we're back on the confession.
I understand, but how long? There's a new CD, right?
We're going to disc 2.
And how long is that, more or less?
Disc 2. How long is disc 2? It's going to probably be about an hour and 20 minutes as well. But
Yeah. I'm just going to give the jury an afternoon break then. Before that, that's what I was asking. That's why I was asking. It's almost 4 o'clock, so we'll take about a 10 to 15-minute break, and again we'll try to work till about 5:30, 5:45 again. So I'll just remind you not to discuss the facts of the case. Thank you.
All right, to the jury.
406 District Court is back in session.
All right. Wait one sec. We're waiting for the. Somebody else stepping up, or is it prosecution side? They're both out.
Well, I think he's getting.
Oh, okay. We're going to go for 5:30, 5:45 again, wherever we're at with the... All right, so everyone's ready now for the jury?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead and bring the jury in now, please.
All right, for the jury. Yeah, right here. Okay.
That's the shot. 116. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Captain Calderon, we left off finishing disc 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now we're going to move into disc 2. Okay?
Yes, sir.
If you can direct your attention to the transcript of disc 2. So when we concluded your testimony earlier, you all had you began the interview of Juan David Ortiz, correct?
Correct.
You were asking him about Erica, correct? When at the initial stages of the interview, y'all were
In the initial stages,
Okay.
yes.
So let's continue with the interview of Juan David Ortiz. And what you were asking him, if you could walk us through. If you can walk us through what topics or information were you talking to Mr. Ortiz about?
On disc 1?
On disc 2. We're now on disc 2.
On disc 2. On disc 2, we asked if he knew the victims' names. We talked about some of the actions of earlier that day, and he still claimed not to know the people or what happened earlier that day.
Well, you had already fully interviewed Erica, correct?
Correct.
She had already provided you all the details as to where he picked her up.
Yes.
Where they went to buy drugs.
Yes.
Where they went to buy beer.
Correct.
Where they went to his house.
Yes.
What they did at his house.
Yes.
What happened at the stripes near his house.
That's correct. Yes.
The allegation of him pulling out the gun.
Yes.
You confronted him with all of that.
Yes.
What were his responses to that information that you shared with him or confronted him with?
He claimed that he didn't know what we were talking about. That he didn't know Erica.
So you say he said, I don't know what you're talking about. How many times did he say that? At least on disc 2, more or less.
I don't recall, but it was several times.
Okay. Did you talk to him about his being familiar with the toll road? When I say toll road, what toll road are we referring to?
FM 255 Camino Colombia.
Okay. Now, did he did you examine him, question him about when the last time he was on the toll road?
We did.
And what was his response? If you can recall?
He didn't remember.
You say he had one time made an arrest around there, or he had made a bust or something when he was working with another unit?
Correct, but not recently. Not that day. He didn't remember being there that day.
Okay. Did you ask him about his familiarity with Jeffrey Rhodes? Jeffrey's Road.
I don't recall on this one. I'd have to check my notes here.
Okay, you go ahead and check your notes. Did you bring up the topic about his service weapon?
Yes, on the previous disc, yes.
Okay. What else do you talk to him about on disc 2?
We talk about Melissa and Claudine.
Okay, and what does he tell you about Melissa or Claudine?
Initially, that he doesn't know who they are.
Okay. Do you confront him with the information that Erica gave you that they had gone to his house?
Yes.
And what does he say about that?
He denied it initially.
Do you confront him with that he bought drugs for Erica? That they went for a cruise in his truck?
We talk about that eventually, yes.
And
he denied it also initially.
He denied it also. In fact, I think you alluded to it earlier. The only Erica he knows what is from when.
He said that the only Erica he knew was from a Gladys Porter High School or Gladys Porter School from his hometown.
Which was where?
Brownsville, or I believe.
Brownsville, Texas.
Yes, sir.
So up until this, in disc 2, he continues to deny any knowledge of Erica.
Correct.
He denies knowing or any knowledge of Melissa.
Correct.
He denies any knowledge of Claudine.
Correct. And I found here. I think, can I read from here, the answer? I think that was pretty much the last time I was on the toll road, when I was in TEU. I guess that's a unit or something, or somewhere where he worked. But he's saying that last time he was there is when he was working.
What about, did you ask him the last time he fired his service weapon?
We did. He said qualifications, which would have been 3 months previous, somewhere around there, because qualifications were coming up.
So on September the 15th, when he's sitting with you in this interview room, he says that the last time he fired his service weapon, the 40 cal H&K, was 3 months before.
Approximately is what he said when he qualified last time.
When he qualified. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and publish disc 2 at this time, Your Honor. Go ahead.
Ranger didn't serve. We don't know the stuff that you bring back to me. You know that. And you're the one who has to deal with that. And even though I can't relate, I imagine it's not easy. And I imagine that's why you went to the VA. Now I can understand if you're pretty upset because you didn't get the help you wanted to get.
I started blacking out really bad.
When that started happening?
With when I drink. When I take those pills. I take the pills every day, so in other words, when I drink.
I'm gonna ask you here, and I'd like an honest answer.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be real frank with you. I'm gonna be square with you. And look at me, please.
Yes.
I'm not messing around with you. I'm not taking around.
The exhibits were 104 through 115. We played 104, I believe, before lunch break, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
The exhibit, the last exhibit was 104. So is it? Are they in sequence? So the next one should be 105, is it?
This is exhibit 105.
Okay.
Here in Arkansas, I don't know if you'll tell, that's all.
I can tell you detail, but that's not a problem.
And I bought 3 tall boys there.
Okay.
So as far as buying beer in Arkansas, I don't know if you'll tell, that's all.
I can tell you details of the beer that was bought earlier. You didn't get down.
Okay.
Yeah, you sent someone to get the beer for you.
Okay. Wow.
The person actually dropped one of the beers when they left the store on the way out. Dropped it, picked it up.
Dang.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We know that you don't like people smoking in your truck. Is that true?
I don't like people smoking in my truck.
So, I mean, what I'm trying to tell you is, I want to know what happened today about that. You keep telling me we should know something, and we already know. You know why you're here. You know why you're here. We'll get to that. Before we get to that, what happened with that young lady earlier?
I have no idea what young lady you're talking about.
You know, you don't remember Erica?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I have no idea who Erica is.
The only Erica I know is Erica Castro, and she's from high school.
What high school?
Gladys Porter High School. The only Erica I know.
That's in Brownsville?
That's it.
So you're from Brownsville?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was my first police station in Brownsville.
That's it?
Yeah, I was there for 8 years.
Oh, man.
This Erica's not from Brownsville, from Laredo.
Oh.
This is the color Judy. My light color Judy. They call me Fred. You can call me Fred if you want. It's not. We call me everybody Fred. They call everything that is. I'm okay with anything.
And
You know you didn't take this off, but it happened, no? I'm gonna attack you.
well, did you remember? Remember, I think you said something like that.
Oh,
right, right. Boy, you've done investigations before. You know how evidence is collected. You know how they collect the evidence. So when you say that you all know already. You think his kids or not?
You say you have
3 kids.
right?
Okay. And you're gonna love him forever, right? Okay. No matter what they do in life.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say you have 2 kids that go doctors, lawyers, the otro kind of.
And the other one doesn't even
Lo
work
arrestan and
unless
everything. You have to go get him out of jail and everything. You still gonna love him,
they arrest him.
right? Or you're gonna treat him like that. You're gonna cut him off. No matter what he did. Si algo le pasaba.
If something happened to him.
I had this discussion with the wife already.
Okay.
She said I'm so okay to say
If it turns out to be
Okay.
failure.
So you're kind of strict with your kids.
Very.
Okay. And your wife is a lenient one?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that one of the issues that you all been having?
Not having any issues.
Okay.
I promise you. I can say anything with that.
Not even with the drinking, tampoco you had issues? So she was cool with you drinking and everything?
She was not cool with me drinking and driving, blacking out.
Okay.
And she would tell me that I was risking too much at work if I don't think to leave the
If you get stopped for
So
DWI.
that was the only argument with drinking. She
Okay.
said, dude, you're fucking drinking, you're driving, you black out. So that was why I started.
Okay, and you would be driving with your family in the car?
No, never,
Okay.
never.
So era cuando ibas
So
con
was it
los
when you
boys,
would
okay,
go
like
with
boys night out or
boys
whatever?
like
Yeah,
boys
yeah.
out or whatever?
I never really did night out. Like, I never really hung out with anyone from work.
So when would you drive in?
Louder so that the translations can come out.
Yes.
Okay, please.
Nomás later cuando iba para el rancho.
Okay.
Y en el rancho me ponía pedísimo.
By yourself?
And at the ranch, I would get
And
really
that's why
drunk.
my wife hated me.
And you would go there by yourself?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Porque it's out in the middle of nowhere. It's about a mile north of Wilhausen Road. Y,
Because it's
pues quien quiera andar ahí con el carro.
and then
Right.
who wants to be there with
Can you
you.
get raped?
So no, I never drank with my kids in the car.
Okay.
Never.
Okay. So one of your kids sale mal y
Turns out to be rotten.
When was the last time you were there on the toll road?
Toll road? It's been a while. I've been on the toll road since probably when I was in the target enforcement unit. I got fucking bailed out. I was kind of in toll road. You know, me parqué
And then I
on
parked
Highway 83 and
at
the
the
fast flow gas station.
across the
Cruzar
street
la
from the
calle, el
dam.
pinche Vaquero Saloon or some shit cafe. I was
That
parked in the
there.
gas station, broad daylight, I was looking at traffic, 2 in the afternoon, pasan a white F-250 long bed con un pinche traffic driving it
With a damn
with a helmet in the dashboard. I hesitated, like, it's too good to be true, thing, this carajo, So I go, I get behind him. I tried to get behind him, the motherfucker stepped on it. And then I go on the passing lane, he had like a scout with him, intentionally blocked me. And lit him up, finally got out of the way, and I stepped on it. Oh, what a coincidence that deputy was going by. I don't remember his name, he said commander in suit.
Okay. Tall guy?
Yeah, tall guy. The guy ended up bailing at the TNA gas station at the 13-mile marker. He had like 500 pounds of weed. So I think that was pretty much the last time I was on the toll road. Went down to TU.
When I was at
After that, we started focusing mostly on stash houses. We worked mostly on the south side of Laredo.
What about Jeffrey's Road? When's the last time you were there?
Jeffrey's Road? It's been a long ass motherfucking time. Probably since before TEU. Probably in 2015, maybe 2016. That's probably the last time I was there. Pero Jeffrey's Road on the SK 255 runs west and east on the north side. The north side isn't that traffic. On the south side,
that's where all the traffic is. There isn't anything.
Live there. They're great ranch houses. Okay. On the north side is that traffic.
So if you go in,
is where the traffic is.
On 35, the toll road on Papalimba Bridge.
When you are entering the bridge?
Yeah, on the north side. And it goes a very, very long way. I never really liked going in there because, like I said, I started in Cotula and I went to North as a supervisor. So I never got the actual field time to track groups. So, mostly a highway guy. Aquí en Cotula, sí me sé los ranchos con madre.
I do know the ranches very well.
So they're already pretty much lost.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Yeah, as a supervisor, you don't get much field time, unfortunately.
How many guys did you supervise?
I had like a crew of 14.
Look.
Steve's right. You know you're a bad deal right now.
You're in a bit of a bind.
No.
I know what I mean. I think you know the bind you're in right now. And I think what happened earlier today with that person, that's not all that happened.
You guys keep saying this person,
a couple of weeks ago.
Listen, look.
Okay. A couple of days afterwards on that lady. And then this happens to you that you remember picking up this other lady. And then guess what? We find another lady tonight.
Oh, fucking shit.
I'm sure you've seen the news, right?
Right.
Tonight, you said?
Oh, fucking shit.
Now, the kind of weapon you're describing, same kind of weapon, linked to all of them. You know how DNA works?
Yeah.
Okay. You know how blood works? Yes. Okay. You know how a cell tower phone works?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why all that stuff's going to probably be linked to you?
Did you lend your gun to someone else?
Not myself.
It had been a long time.
And you said you didn't fire today?
No.
So if we do a GSR in your hands, it's not going to show any gun residue?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, you don't see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't see it. I mean, you studied criminal justice techniques. Well, you know the GSR, how it works.
Yes, I know.
Picks up,
Have you done drugs? No. Positive.
Positive.
So if there's somebody out there saying, no, sir, yo no conozco el enemy.
I know him.
No?
You pissed this right now.
Some of the people we talked to said he didn't necessarily buy for you.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about right now. Man.
We're talking about the person who was found out at Jeffrey Road about a week ago.
Okay.
No, talking about that.
I saw it on the news.
Saw it on the news.
Yeah.
And the other one. We're talking about the one after that.
The news didn't really release much on that one.
And the one tonight.
That, I don't know jack shit about right now. You guys are freaking me out with that one.
And on top of that, there's the one that got away. The one that got away. I'm gonna backtrack a little bit, jog your memory. So you picked up Erica earlier today. You picked her up before. She's been to your house before. She can describe your house on the inside. She can describe your backyard. She can describe the truck. She can describe you. She knows you by name. She didn't know you were a border patrol agent. I'm sure that would have scared her away knowing your profession. But she knew you were a supervisor somewhere because you had told her. She knew you were a veteran because you had told her that too. She knew what you drove. She knows you don't like letting her smoke inside the truck because you don't want that. You don't like to smell cigarettes in your truck. And she did tell us that she noticed something was up with you, that you weren't your normal self today. She says that she's seen you before and you were pretty cool. You were pretty laid back, you were pretty chill. And today you weren't very chill. You seemed agitated, you seemed on edge, and you weren't being your normal self. So, she hesitantly went with you, jumped in the truck with you. Y'all took the cruise. Y'all went by Arkansas.
Where did this person jump in my truck? Where? Pretty long?
Not that long. How were the ladies work? Not that long. It's pretty. It's actually 3 or 4 blocks. Yeah, it's actually only a couple blocks. 3 or 4 blocks. So you pick her up where she normally works. You've picked her up before. It's not the first time. She doesn't recall the exact amount of time, but she knows it's more than 5, less than more than 5, less than 10, 15.
And think about this.
Look.
Once this gets out there,
I mean,
there might be some other people coming forward with the same thing, and they're gonna recognize you. Like, yes, this is el muchacho que me
no, there's the guy that picked me up.
Oh. This is the vato que vi que
Or this is the guy that I saw picked her up and he picked up this one.
So you drove around to the cruise, went home with her. Before that, you let her drive by somewhere so she could connect. You gave her money for that. So she could connect, as long as she didn't use it in your car, what you told her apparently. 2 cigarettes or the whatever she connected with. She went to your house, and you're telling us you don't do drugs, right?
I've never done drugs.
Okay, and I believe you. I believe you. Other than prescribed stuff, I believe.
I take prescribed medication.
Yeah, and I don't mean that when I say drugs. I don't mean prescribed stuff.
Oh, okay.
But there were drugs in your house earlier today, and they weren't being used by you.
There were drugs in my house?
She took them. She said you all sat down, went to the backyard, had a smoke. She was feeling kind of funny. She told you she was feeling funny because of the way you were acting.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. And she puked in your front yard. You didn't want the neighbors to see, so you told her to get behind your truck, which she did. And there's puke on your driveway.
Oh, so you guys have been to my truck, to my house?
Not in your house. Not in your house. Not inside. Not inside.
Well, you got my keys, so just open the door.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
You had the keys with you when you were in the back of the truck?
The guy has them.
Okay.
We'll get there. Don't worry.
There's no point in kicking doors open or throwing pop shots or anything in the house.
Oh, we throw pop shots in your house.
You guys told me, man.
I don't know, BP, but we don't
Right,
do stuff like that. Yeah. So you following what I'm saying pretty much. That was part of your actions today, but she noticed you weren't yourself. Probably she noticed because she said you picked her up enough times to know that you were cool. She actually said you were a little bit on your own, but she was cool with that. Yeah, a little bit.
Asshole. I have no idea who you guys are talking about.
We're talking about Erica. She's not the only one you picked up, though.
Okay.
She's not the only one picked up, and what days? That was earlier today.
Okay.
And what days earlier today? You were at that gas station by your station.
By the station?
With her. Some of the stuff you were
Did
doing
I
right now.
go into the gas station?
No, you didn't.
I had a full tank of gas, so I don't see why I would go there.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Because you're telling us you had already fueled up.
Yeah, and
some of the stuff you're doing right now, when you were describing that you weren't feeling well, the movements you were making with your head right now, you're saying you just weren't feeling yourself and your head. She told us you were doing exactly that, and you kind of started to creep her out. And she started asking, hey, are you okay? Are you okay? You said, yeah, I'm fine. And you pulled into the gas station, you went by where the 18-wheelers park.
Where the diesel pumps are at.
Yes, exactly. Okay, exactly over there. So you know what area I'm talking about in the gas station?
Because you're talking, I know that gas station in particular, and I know you said where the trucks are at, so I know that gas station.
Now we're going to get to the part where you have an issue with, the part where you're upset that the trooper confronted you. But we'll get there right now.
Okay.
So we're at the gas station, right? It is after you left the house. You offered to buy her some you need.
If I buy her something, whoever this person is.
No, you didn't. Because after you offered her something you need, you started getting upset at her. She said you reached behind the truck, back seat. You pulled out your service weapon and pointed it at her face. She described it to taking her. She described what you were wearing down to the T.
I've never put my weapon in my backseat.
Okay, well, she said you reached back. Right. Got your service weapon, pointed it at her. She tried to fight you off, and she said you were a lot stronger than she was, and that's not hard to believe. She said during the struggle, she got free. You grabbed her shirt, tore off. And this is where this comes together to where you're going to understand why that trooper did what he did. She starts running away, screaming for help. There were witnesses, there were people there. Guess who's in the parking lot also? There's a trooper parked in that parking lot pumping gas. And he sees this lady without a shirt in her bra, running full speed, screaming that someone's going to kill her. Screaming that someone pointed a gun at her. And she's fearful for her life. She was genuinely scared. She thought she was going to die.
During those conversations, conversation of the two females came up.
What two females?
Two females that we found.
Oh.
Okay. And I think that's where you got kind of edgy.
Conversation with who?
Erica.
I don't recall any of this things.
Okay, well, it happened. What's this? It happened earlier today. And the more she talked about Melissa and Claudine, the more she talked about them, the more agitated he got. And she said he wasn't himself. He kept shrugging his shoulders.
Agitated, like what? What is he like agitated? Like,
You're getting
Maybe you
irritated.
get upset. Maybe you get upset.
You were getting irritated. And that's where she was saying he wasn't himself. He wasn't the person who picked me up the first few times, the person who had picked me up before. You started shrugging your shoulders. You started,
when have I picked her up?
I'm something like that.
When?
When?
More than 5 doesn't say something.
I would remember that shit. There's no way in hell I picked up someone 5 times.
That's her.
Right.
That's just her.
Right.
We haven't moved. We're not talking about Melissa yet. So this is still just Erica. And it's El San Bernardo. And you're telling us it's so far-fetched, but we saw you in San Bernardo at a gas station, which you really have no reason to be there.
Far
Yeah, far from home. and you're telling us you had your service weapon with you in there, and you're on sound at a gas station that, you know, quite frankly, you know,
Streetwalkers, right?
yeah. So, those were her friends. She knew the people who died. She knew the people who got shot. She knew the people who got hurt. And they were her friends. They worked together. And they saw each other every day. You know, they might have had miserable, crummy lives. They might have had a meager existence, but it was their existence. You know, to them, what they call teloneando, and, you know, working in corner or whatever, that was their thing. And that was earlier today, and she got away from me, and she ran straight to a trooper.
Yeah, I'll have to believe that she got away from me.
Well,
I'm 6'1", 220 pounds.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
You got away from the trooper, like you got away from the trooper?
You didn't. You didn't run. So you're saying if you
if I were to be going after someone,
you're not going to get away. Okay. Well, there's a little issue of the persons that are in your truck. They don't belong to you, but we'll get there later.
Okay.
Okay. And they're not your wives either.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll get there. That's not important right now.
Okay.
So she got away from me without a bra. I mean, without a shirt, wearing only a bra, running through a parking lot while it's raining, screaming for help.
Wow.
Yeah. Leaving your truck.
Wow.
And she gets to the trooper. She talks to the trooper. She tells him all this stuff that happened. So naturally, we're going to come looking for you. You know very well. Obviously, when you do your job, you're just doing your job. We're doing our job. We're going to come looking for you. And you know, lo and behold, you pick her up at 7 Manalo. That's where we find you. You live in northeast Laredo, far, far from there. And we're finding you at 7 Manalo at that gas station. And yeah, a trooper shows up. And you heard the story of what happened. He was one of the guys who got to debrief her. So when we talk about, you know, we didn't pick your name out of a hat. We didn't. So she ran, barely got away. She made it to that trooper. And here we are. Now a trooper finds you, wants to talk to you about that. Naturally, he has his weapon, he has to protect himself, and we were told you were armed, and you're confirming that, right?
Not when I went to the restroom, I had
No, we don't know that.
You had a weapon.
I mean, how are we going to know that you had a weapon in the car? Just like she described. We're not, we don't know you. Like you say, you know me, we don't know you, I don't know you. The trooper didn't know you. And you ran. So after the description we get of what you did, you take off running, and you're telling us we know where you work. We didn't. I didn't. I didn't know where you worked. We were looking for you because of what happened. I didn't know where you worked. I didn't know you were. Yeah, no, and it's not too hard to believe because after you left there, we thought you'd go home, but you didn't go home. You went back to San Bernardo. I think you were going to try and pick someone else up, but we don't know that. We'll get through later. But to connect why the trooper did what he did, he had no way of knowing if you were armed or not. And you did have a weapon in the car. And it is a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson service HK work with resolution. It's yours, and it was in the truck. Or in the truck, you're telling us. So, Erica was running through a parking lot away from your truck in her bra, screaming, "Please help me, please help me, you're gonna kill me." And it got there because she started bringing up Melissa and Claudine. And those are her, you know, for lack of a better word, they're her co-workers. She didn't have to get along. They didn't physically work together. They didn't tag team or anything. They were fighting a unit together, but they're still co-workers. And they saw each other every day. And they see who gets in the car and who, they see who gets picked up by who. And, you know, I didn't know your last name was Ortiz. You're telling me that. They know you as David. I didn't know you're JD. I don't. So when we were telling you we don't know, I'm not messing with you. We're not trying to be funny. We're not trying to be, you know, we're not trying to be coy with you. We were asking seriously, what's your full name? What's this? We don't want to give you a hard time. But
so
we do have I have no idea. I have no idea on that. And we're going to get there. Right. Because here's my thing. And these, like, here's what I gotta beef with this. So, if someone knew we were looking for you, and they didn't tell us, we have an issue with that. Right. Because we're looking for you, and someone's trying to call you to ask you what's up, I got a major issue with that, and you should too. Right. And not only that, if you were in my position, I'm sure you want to know why. But that's not, we'll talk to that agent and ask them why, and we'll figure that out. We'll talk to them and ask them what their deal is.
Yeah, it's like you all have a group around them. I know you all have meetings, mental meetings or whatever. Hey, don't take a try. If you see this car, if you see this guy, you know, more likely van a pasar algo. It's the same way with those guys. You know, como dice, sea lo que sea, sometimes they compete for Johns. That's normal business. Pero they look after each other. Mira, somebody comes up missing, they're gonna know. Esta se subió a este car last time we saw her. So it's not going to be hard to connect dots.
Yeah, it's not, and it's, you know, it's going to be Rick, or it's going to be Juan, or it's going to be David. It's going to be the guy in the red Suburban, the guy in the white truck, or the guy in the blue Camaro. It's going to be one of those. It's going to be something like that. I'm using those as examples. I'm not, you know. Right. But as we're here, please, why did that happen earlier?
I was in my house. I was drinking beer. I went to my face. I drank. That's all I know. That's it. I take 8 nights per day.
Okay.
I don't do drugs.
It's the whole nice thing. Like, we're not trying to give you a hard time. We ask you because we know we weren't over there. I didn't serve. Ranger didn't serve. We don't know what you saw. We don't know what you were up against. We don't know the stuff that you bring back with you. You know that. And you're the one who has to deal with that. And even though I can't relate, I imagine it's not easy. And I imagine that's why you went to the VA. Now I can understand if you're pretty upset because you didn't get the help you wanted to get.
I started blacking out really bad.
When that started happening?
With when I drink. When I take those pills. I take the pills every day, so in other words, when I drink.
I'm gonna ask you here, and I'd like an honest answer.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be real frank with you. I'm gonna be square with you. And look at me, please.
Don't get discouraged.
I'm not messing around with you. I'm not picking around. I'm not trying to be funny. Like you said, why did they call me? I really don't know. And I'm gonna find out. I am. Right. I am gonna find out who called you and why they called you. Because if I put out that I'm looking for you, I'd like people to call me, not to call you. Because the other way works the same way. You want, if you put out a bolo for someone, hey, I'm looking for this guy because whatever, and they start calling the guy, hey, you know, it doesn't work out. But look, please. You're saying you black out? I'm not saying you don't. Do you have dreams about when you black out? Stuff you might do? Stuff that might happen?
Last night, my wife said that I was asleep. She woke me up, and I went back to sleep. I woke up. My wife said, "What the fuck were you dreaming last night?" I said, "I don't know why." My wife said, I was screaming in my sleep, saying, "Fuck you, motherfucker." And then she shook me a little bit, and I went again, "Fuck you." happened last night.
Do you remember the dream though?
Oh, that's what I told my wife. I was asking, what the fuck are you dreaming? And I have nightmares all the time, and I do like, and my wife, in the beginning she would freak out. Now she just, like snaps the fuck.
Okay. So
that's why they put me on trazodone.
Okay, so what you're telling us is that it might be that you black out and you become violent like that and you wouldn't even know it?
My wife would tell me.
Your wife wasn't around.
Have you passed out and dreamed before?
Blacked out, yes.
And you just, you're best by all of a sudden, holy shit, how'd I get here?
My wife had told me, you remember what the fuck you did last night? No. One of the times when she got really upset at me. I got home, she was there, I continued drinking, we had tequila in the house. She said I was laying down on the sofa and I kept talking about some dude that fucking died in Iraq. She said I was in my underwear, I went to my truck to go grab something, and then I went outside for I don't know what, and I do not remember that at all in any way, shape, or form. I completely blacked out.
Things. You're a good guy, dude. I can see it. And I can see it in your eyes right now. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that you did what you did on purpose. I'm not gonna sit here and say that you woke up one morning and said, you know what, this is my plan today. But something happened. Something's been happening, and it could be has something to do with it. We'll figure that out. We'll get to the bottom of that. But something's been happening, and it's not been agreeable with you. And other people are suffering for it. Other people have suffered for it. I'm not gonna sit here.
If what you're saying is true, then I'm pretty much fucked. And
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but Ortiz, there's stuff in your car that doesn't belong to you.
My first aid kits?
No, women's purses there.
There's women's purses in your truck, Ortiz.
There's blood on your boots.
There's blood on your boots.
I'm fucking hot. I got blood on my boots. Last time I shot a hog was last time I seen boots.
We're not talking about hogs.
Okay, but sir, that would be the only reason there'd be blood on my boots.
Well, there is blood on your boots.
And there's not going to be animal.
Yep. Ortiz, talk to us, dude. I'm not about if there's issues and there's someone you need to talk to, we'll get you someone you need to talk to, we'll figure something out. But talk to us. I believe you that you don't maybe know entirely what exactly happened, but I have a really strong belief, and I'm pretty sure you do too, that you do know what happened, and you have an idea of what we're talking about. And I'll say something to me. I can see the sincerity in your eyes. I can see that you're sincere. But I can also see that when I talk to you about some of the stuff that we talked about earlier, yeah, you change it a little bit. So right here, exactly what I'm talking about. And we have people right now who are without family members, somebody's sister, somebody's mother, and you know what? They went off the wrong track, and we get that. But they are somebody's mom, they're somebody's sister, and somebody's daughter. And I'm sure, even though you say you're a hard ass, and I believe you are, I mean, But if the Marines are known for being anything, being known for being hard asses, right? They're known for being hard asses and being straight arrows and doing it right. What those people that we're talking about, look at this, they might not have been the best citizens. I give you that. I know that. They might not have been the best people out there. But they might not have been the people that we want in our community. I understand. But we can't do stuff like that, Timothy. That's not our call. And we're trying to get your story, your side of why. We're trying to get your side of what you were thinking when it happened, why it happened, what your thoughts were when it happened. I know you didn't wake up one day and say, this is what I want to do. You didn't. I know that. But we're here. So I'd really like to know why. Because I know there's your side to the story. I know there's something that you can tell us, and I know there's something that you're feeling inside. And look, don't take this offensively. Like I said, look at these. They weren't good people. You know, they weren't. There are people that probably most of Laredo didn't want in Laredo. But that's not a call for you and me to make. And we both know that. I'm asking you why of these. Why did some of this stuff happen? Why did it happen to the point where, what got you to the point where you felt like you were losing control, or you felt like you needed to do that? What got there? Was it the drinking? Was it the drinking and the meds? I know you regret coming down to Laredo, I get it. I get that. But what is it? What is it that got you to that point? Is it the alcohol? Is it the VA stuff? Is it the combination of the VA stuff, you're not getting the help you feel like you need, and the medications you're taking, that combined with the alcohol, is that putting you over the edge? Because I can call you JD, you said? JD. Hey, look at her. Look at me. I'm a soup here too. And I've had deputies that work for me that have gone down some pretty crony paths also. And it's always alcohol and it's always medication behind it. And those are people that I feel for deeply because I work with them every day. I shared meals with them. We talked about each other's families. We went to each other's houses. We did stuff. And I saw how stuff was affecting them. And if they had only talked, to somebody else, yeah, you know, there's consequences to talking to stuff and everything. And not everybody wants to be that guy who talks because you want people to look at you different. But at the end of the day, if you don't get some stuff out there, if you don't get some help, if you don't get something, because you're saying it's not working, whatever is happening to you right now ain't working.
Yeah, what you guys are saying is true.
I'm not lying to you.
There is no help for me.
Why not?
How do you know?
Why not?
Are you 6 feet under?
If you're breathing,
Might as well
you're
be.
living. No.
Yeah.
No, if what you guys are telling me is true. Help? What help? There is no help.
Why not?
As long as you're breathing, there's always hope.
Oh, Steve, look at me. Look, let's be frank here. Did you go to a hospital and shoot it up? No. I know you didn't. Did you go to a daycare and shoot it up? No. I know you didn't. Did you go to a school there by your house and shoot it up? No. I know you didn't do that. So, if you tell me stuff like that, yeah, there's no help for you. That's you're pretty far gone. That's not what happened, and both of them still have. That's not what happened. These were crack addicted people. These were prostitutes. Look at me with these. They're not going to be missed by too many people. They're not members of society that are productive. You know, I guarantee you neither one of them were the next Einstein. I can guarantee you that. But it happened. Please help me understand what you're thinking. Why? It doesn't jive. Look what these look today.
You want me to explain something that I don't know jack shit about?
Okay.
You want me to give you?
You were at the gas station on San Bernardo earlier today, right?
When the cops.
Yeah. But let's put everything else aside. Everything else we talked about. You were at San Bernardo today at the gas station. Why were you there?
Taking a piss.
Why at the gas station on San Bernardo if you live?
I don't know, man.
North Laredo.
Why did I go to the one in Arkansas? I don't know, sir. Why did I go to the one you say by Laredo North Station? I don't fucking know. I went to Murphy's. I filled up my tank. I don't know, sir.
So you're telling me it's completely possible that you did all this stuff and you have zero recollection?
If you're telling me this shit,
I'm telling you.
I'm pretty much fucked, and
I'm telling you where you were. I'm telling you where you were. I'm not lying to you. I'm not, and I can't stress this enough from earlier. When you were laughing that, you know, yeah, you knew they were calling you or why they were calling you. No, we didn't. Your coworkers.
Right.
No, I had no idea they were calling you. I'm looking for you because America. And we're here because of America. But we're also here because of Melissa. You knew who Melissa was. It wasn't a one-time thing with Melissa. You knew who Claudine was. It wasn't a one-time thing with Claudine. Do you have, I want to know, honestly, do you have something against drug users? Do you have something against prostitutes? You don't remember using prostitutes? You don't remember
using prostitutes?
Yeah.
No, sir.
You don't?
No. I was a doc in the military, so the last thing I would do is fuck a prostitute and risk getting an STD.
I'm not messing with you. There was one in your car today. You know where there's another one right now? There's two more in the morgue and there's one more on their way. What's your cell phone number? 956-455-3228.
Where's Saturday?
On Saturday, on Thursday.
Thursday. Did you work Thursday?
Thursday. Have you been going to work recently?
Yeah.
Did you work Thursday?
Yes, okay, Thursday.
It's Thursday.
It's Thursday.
So,
where are we today?
we're Saturday mid-morning, but when we talked to you first, it was Friday night. So the day before we first talked to you.
Right.
The day before.
I was scheduled to work at that day, in conjunction with a 4-day weekend. So I called Michael Jones and I said, "Hey man, I'm gonna be a douchebag today. I'm gonna bang in conjunction with a 4-day."
And I told him,
"Hey man, I'm off duty. Do whatever the fuck you want." So then I called another student. I said, "Hey, I'm not gonna show up to work today."
Okay. So you were off Thursday?
And Thursday is sick leave.
Okay. Was your wife at the house?
Yeah, she's always there.
All day?
She's a housewife.
Okay, did you tell her you were working and you were somewhere else?
No, she was there. I was there.
So she can tell us that you were there at the house all day, never left?
Never left. Thursday, hold on, let me... que hicimos hoy
what
Thursday?
did we do on Thursday?
Thursday! Oh, maybe it was Wednesday. We bought pizza at, I went to go pick it up, Pizza Hut. What else did we do?
What else did we do?
Yeah, I was at the house all day. I don't recall doing anything else.
Did you work that last holiday on Monday? A couple weeks ago, the last holiday we had?
That holiday, yes, Labor Day, yes. I wanted
worked?
Yes, I wanted to get paid holiday pay. Yes.
What shift did you work?
I've been working for a few months already, the swing shift from 2 p.m. to midnight.
2 p.m. to midnight.
Yes.
Did you work Sunday? The Sunday before the Memorial Day?
Yes.
And then to midnight?
También, yes. So I definitely worked Sunday and the Labor Day, and I think I was off the day after Labor Day, which was Tuesday, Wednesday.
Normally after you get out, do you go to jail or estás en la casa?
Or do you go home? I go home.
Yes.
And does your wife know that you get home, or she's sleeping roncando and she doesn't even know what time you get there?
No, I always wake her up because pues con todas las medicines I have to take, I make noise.
So she can say that you were
Yes.
working, like I said, midnight, and then Monday come in.
Yes.
Friday, which was earlier today, she wanted me to go get a haircut, so I got a fucking haircut.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, I'm trying to fucking remember what the hell we did, and I don't remember what the hell we got. This was just in my house, and so
But
I didn't go anywhere, guys.
You did.
Thursday?
on
Thursday, I banged in, guys.
I don't.
Yeah,
You
we
didn't go to work. Thursday you were off.
Okay.
So I don't think I go to the house all day.
You didn't stay home all day. I'm not saying you weren't home, but you didn't stay home all day.
But your wife was there all day.
Yes, she's a housewife. She can vouch. The only time she leaves home is in the morning to go drop off the kids. She leaves home again at 11 to drop off the pre-K, and then she leaves home at 3. Yes, sir. That is the true story.
That you do remember.
That my wife does that, yeah.
That you were off Thursday.
Yes.
And that you were at the house all day. No saliste a penetra.
Correct.
So we have video or something somewhere else. That wasn't me.
That should not be me.
But if you remember.
But if it's in your truck.
In my truck?
Yeah. Because you don't live your trucks anywhere?
Nobody uses my damn truck ever. Ever.
Not even your wife?
No, she hates it. It's too big.
Okay.
Guy that really got pissed and hates it.
Oh, okay.
No. That's what we can get into.
You want something to eat?
No.
You sure? Get photo?
you want some water?
You want another drink?
Sure. And chips, if you have them.
Yeah, I can get you chips. Let me get you some. Okay, let me get you some.
Yeah, I'll take her out. Yeah. Oh, thank you. told Jim on Sunny View. Yeah.
That's this one?
I'm lefty, so make it better. Let me get you some chips. Very good, sir. You're welcome. Give me a couple seconds. I'll be right back. Thank you. We'll work out in the morning, so 5 a.m. All right. guys allow people to smoke or no, bro?
What's that?
You guys allow people to smoke or no?
I didn't hear.
In el teleport? In el teleport? Shackled up?
Or that, I'll ask.
The end of Disc 2, Captain?
That's correct.
This is already sometime after 5 in the morning?
Approximately.
Okay. 5:38?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Just two subjects before we move to Disc 3 and probably break for the day, but it came up during the interview. The topic came up about the blood on the boot, that one of you or Ranger Salinas mentioned some blood on his boot. Is that right?
Yes, it was mentioned.
Okay. Was there any, did you derive any evidence from that, or did that lead to anything?
I don't recall. I'd have to check the lab reports on that. I believe Ranger Salinas and the CSI guy sent that out.
But in up until this time, it's been 4 years. But if that blood would have been matched to something or somebody, would you have known about it?
Yes.
Is it possible that didn't result in anything?
It's possible.
Okay. As far as you know, though, there was no result from that supposed blood on that boot.
Correct. I don't recall.
Okay. Or you don't have any evidence to present that to the jury, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What about, I also heard the discussion about GSR. Explain to the jury, what is GSR?
Gunshot residue.
Okay. And what is, explain to the jury, what is gunshot residue used for? A test. GSR test.
The kit consists of some swabs, and we would swab somebody's hand and put it in the container package it comes in, and we would send that off to the lab for testing to see if it's testing positive for gunpowder for a firearm that's been discharged.
I know.
Specifically.
Okay. And it was evident in the interview that you all asked them about GSR, or the topic came up about GSR, right? But
correct.
Did you elect to perform the GSR before the interview?
No. We didn't do a GSR before the interview.
And why not? Or during the interview? Did you stop to do it during the interview?
No.
Okay. And why not?
I felt it would have distracted from the ability to interview him. It would have taken away from the interview. I feel like there would have been more value to interviewing him and seeing what he had to say than interrupting that with a process of doing all that and perhaps not being able to talk to him after that, making him change his mind about talking.
So that was, so what you're saying, that was a strategic decision on your part, as far as not interrupting the interview to do the GSR.
It wasn't an oversight, no. I didn't forget to do GSR.
Okay. It was intentional by you?
Yes, by the discussion we had, the team.
Okay. Because obviously we saw in the video he went to the restroom, right?
Yes, correct.
He ate some chips.
Yes.
He licked his fingers.
Yes.
All of that can compromise GSR results, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, so then.
And he was at the restroom before he ran. He may have washed his hands there, may or may have not. I don't know.
Okay.
That could have compromised it as well.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have until Disc 3, if the court wants to break at this time.
Do you have any cross on those limited questions right now?
No,
Not now?
Still on direct. He's still on direct.
I haven't passed them over.
I understand.
But, okay.
We're doing the video thing. That I'm just asking if there's any limited questions. That's why I said it that way. Then at this time, ladies and gentlemen, jury, we're going to recess for the day. I'll ask you to be here by 8:30 again tomorrow morning, and I'll instruct you again not to discuss the facts of the case or not to watch any news accounts or read any newspaper articles regarding this case. Your excuse for the day. Thank you.
All right for the jury.
We'll talk in a minute. I think I know what that is. All right, I'll ask you to be here by 8:30 in the morning. Thank you. Court stands in recess. Your excuse.